every Thursday. The scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. That fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Bemo's crush shows flash magic in the air. The Crest Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Look at you!
That was awesome.
Hello. Nice.
Well done, Charles. Did you? I didn't watch
I think you
you
have
at the
one up
bottom,
the
so
slow wave.
How long did you hold that for? That's pretty good.
I figured out
watched at the
where
bottom.
my face was and then just tried to.
We're the talking heads with the talking circles. We're the thinkers bunch, I suppose, is what we're feeling. Just trying something out. And
Thinkers bunch.
you know what?
Thinkers bunch.
This it's too small. This is our feedback, StreamYard. Yeah, group layout.
It shouldn't be that difficult to make it scalable.
You're
The
hysterical.
problem is that whoever made it was lazy and were like, we're just
They
gonna
just had
take
to
the
get it
gray background default that you would get and then remove a preset layer from that, and there, boom, circle. And you would have to do a bit more than that to be able to scale it or resize it, but apparently they were like, nah, nobody needs that feature. One size fits them all. Let's push it out.
StreamYard.
It's fine.
Public
They'll be
enjoys negative space.
Well, we tried it and we don't like it. It was programmed by a woman. Ooh, already getting into it. Yeah, of course, Patty. Gray.
Impossible.
Gray has already not greeted Bimo. Because Bimo did not want to talk to us today.
Spill the tea, Gray.
Well, we were supposed to have a debate about men's mental health, and BMO chickened out and is now claiming that he has no power. No, sadly, his portion of the country, apparently, his entire county has no power, including the coffee houses, which is just,
Oh, are you in the path of
unbearable.
Helene, Bimo? That's bad.
I don't believe so.
Well, that's
I think
wreaking
he's in the
havoc too, I think.
Northwest, and I think that's more East Coast. But yeah, good times. Apparently, like 78-mile-per-hour winds knocked out like 2 power plants near him, or something.
Whoops.
So, or I don't know, something near him. He claims. It seems like a
Coffee
convenient
house
excuse to
next
me, but whatever. I was hoping this wouldn't be a hug box, and we could kind of really get into this, but I don't know. I'm guessing a lot of us here won't disagree nearly as much as I was with Bima, but I could be wrong.
Focusing on men's mental health did hell freeze over. Hey, we are not mainstream media, okay? We can focus on whatever we want. Just because something is not trendy, or a certain group of people would be like, no, we can do it.
Okay. Well, we are going to do it. And I guess, do you guys want to have the normal chit chat, or do you want to jump straight into it? I mean, we've got a whole presentation to get through and everything.
Well, I mean, don't hype it up too much.
No,
It's
you-
PowerPoint.
Sound like it's gonna be a fucking school class. We have to get through a whole presentation today. Okay, this is gonna be in the test tomorrow. Like, it's not.
Dorcas, did you do the homework? I need to copy off you.
Yeah, hold on. I'll
Just make sure that it's not one-to-one. Make it look like you didn't copy it from.
I dropped something on the floor. Excuse me.
Hey, Rosales. What is
Hi,
up, sir?
Rosales.
Hey,
So,
man.
so give us a TLDR of how we got onto this subject. Why are we doing this thing?
Well,
It's my fault.
Well, it's mainly BMO. I think in the group chat, BMO put this tweet that was really blowing up the internet. I think it was like the 13th of September, so almost 2 weeks ago now. And yeah, we just kind of disagreed in there. he wanted to kind of show the ridiculousness of this lady's message. And while I do see it's kind of an inflammatory way of saying it, like the saying of like, you're not wrong, but you're an asshole kind of comes to mind. I think she's saying it ineloquently, but I don't disagree with what she's saying. And I think that's where me and BMO kind of disagreed. But it is. Oh, no.
It's beginning. It's starting. I told you. It has already begun.
Oh, excuse me. BMO has corrected me already. It was the 15th of September, not the 13th. I was wrong by 2 days. Yeah,
from a
Back to the
coffee
lake,
house
Jason.
with no internet, and he does better research. How is this possible, man?
But this tweet just seemed to like blow up the internet. Creators from almost every facet of YouTube or really anything started commenting on this, and it really caught fire. So I'm sure most people are aware of it if you're on Twitter, but yeah, some really interesting replies to this
No
one.
thanks.
And,
I avoid that platform like the plague. I am immune. to
It's
the
probably a
bullshit.
good choice.
Yeah, I know. That's why I made it.
Well, fair enough. I unfortunately can't quit X. I don't know why. Apparently, I
Ooh.
am addicted to watching.
You need to
people die.
detox
I don't
from
know.
social media. Do it.
Is it
Never
sunken
stopping.
costs for me?
What?
When did you join?
I have no clue. I want to say like 3 years ago. Really, not that long ago.
Okay, for me it's sunken costs. I started in 2009. Yeah. So
It's been a
it's
minute.
part
Oh,
of the
you've
mark.
seen the whole rise and evolution and fall and everything. Wow.
The reason I got it was because I was in IT and we had one of the things, and they just said one of the definitions we had to learn was microblog, and then I realized Twitter's a microblog, and then that's it. Anyway, so sunken
Who would
costs.
have known about the long stretching consequences of that fateful decision?
Yeah, I can't quit it either, and you know what? You can't make me. So I'll quit when I want. I can quit anytime I decide.
I could stop
just
if I
won't
wanted.
stop.
Okay. I'm glad that you have the willpower. That's awesome.
It's
So as an early adopter or somebody who's been on there longer than me, have you noticed like a huge shift in what the feed kind of shows you? I feel like when I joined, and I don't know if I did it to myself and I just started like clicking on stuff or it assumed that I was staying on certain posts long enough that I built my own algorithm. Now all I see is like snuff films. Essentially, I'm just watching people die every time I open
apparently
Twitter. Is that
the
new or
video-
is that just me?
That's new. Also because the video thing is new, as in we didn't have that swiping video TikTok thing. That was not there, obviously, for many years. TikTok did it, okay? So Twitter's like, oh, I need to try on TikTok.
You
and
need
it's
to
done it very badly.
immediately copy it. Like it's like YouTube Shorts. It doesn't matter that it doesn't work. It doesn't matter that it's broken.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that it's exploitable. It doesn't matter that it's shit. The TikTok have done it, and that means we need to do the exact same thing now.
But it seems like their algorithm is skewed towards the snuff. Like, I don't. What I do is if I see somebody, if somebody has,
very cute and a mild way of putting it. Okay, just a little bit skewed.
It seems what I do. Literally, guys, you just have to. If you're gonna stay, look. If you've decided you're staying, the way you deal with it is you watch a video that you want to watch, and then you don't scroll up. You don't auto. You yeet yourself out of there before it gives you another video. Okay, so just leave it. Like, I want to watch a video, cool, and then you're out. Leave it, and also stay away from. If they make the For You tab compulsory, I'm leaving. That's probably when I'll leave. That is what will push me, because I stay away from the For You thing because that's the algorithm. Whereas Twitter, I was there when Twitter was you followed people, and the people that you followed, you saw their tweets on a timeline, chronologically, when they were.
I don't remember that. That is awesome. It sounds so
Loved
fun
it.
if you could actually see it that way.
But anyway, this Twitter is a good place for us to come up with topics like this. Great. And
but
interactions.
just to come up with topics, no more.
Well, Gray has a lot to share with us. Look, guys, I want us to go over the tweet because it is the main. It brings up. It's going to take a long time to go over. But then the general discussion of mental health for men, I have some questions as well to go around it. I'm going to keep track of stuff we touch on in this slideshow, but then I also have some questions and a mind map.
Men have an external private part and women have an internal private part.
Girls have
Wait, what?
Oh, it's the other way around. Doesn't the little kid say boys have a penis and girls have a vagina?
Yeah, kindergarten.
Oh, we're demonetized. Yeah, we're demonetized. Oh well.
Rip that band-aid off.
Thank goodness. They demonetized this stream because we had changed the minds of so many people. Anyway, let's get into it, guys.
Sure.
Show us.
Okay. Yay. PowerPoint. Sure. So okay. I thought the arrow buttons worked, but it did not. Okay, BMO. So you were wrong. You started on the 15th. However, sir, it actually started on the 12th, which is one day before I said. So we both went over.
Points.
If
you
it's Price is Right rules, we both lose, but I was closer. So the original tweet that kind of set everything off was, I'm not familiar with Rova, but she just said it like, what is that, 8 times? Just men's mental health matters. I don't disagree. Yeah, please.
My comment is a question because I don't like this kind of tweet. I don't like repeating yourself tweet. Don't do it. Please. I don't know if I've done it. I'll find one on my timeline. I'm sure there's one. But these days I don't like that, especially it's yelling. And I'm not interested.
Isn't this the modern incarnation of the hands clapping?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, isn't this the clapter type of thing? Like men's mental health matters.
My farts still smell.
It looks like better now. It's much better this way.
No,
it's like our version of like the Greek pottery with the specific lines with the very specific color combination. It looks like that from this. If I just zoom out and have it blur before my eyes and not focus on the text, it's like, oh wow, lines,
it's
squiggly, symmetrical lines.
So who likes it? Do you like it, Gray? What do you think of these kinds of tweets?
So I don't necessarily like it, but 52K people liked it, and 27.7 million people viewed this. So while we might not like it, someone out there does. It's definitely making people not only reply, but so she has 1.6K replies to this as well. So I don't know. Maybe the clapping things, whatever you want to call them, maybe they work on people. It definitely is a conversation starter, I guess, or rant starter.
Yeah.
And Rova kind of points out a lot of the quotes on this are disgusting, and she's not wrong. I didn't grab a bunch of them. They were kind of bad, but there's one of them in particular that kind of set the internet on fire, and it was a response to this. And this is the one that BMO kind of brought up was, so I'm not familiar with Denisha Carter, but her tweet really went popular. She surpassed the original one with more than 1 million extra ones. I think the other one was 27.7. This is 28.5 million views. And I can't see how many replies, but I believe that's like 6 point something K. So she got a lot more replies to this particular one. And her response, again, I think it is a bit incendiary. It's definitely looking to provoke. But I don't necessarily disagree with her. And I was hoping I'd have BMO in here because he definitely disagrees with her. I was hoping I could kind of hear what it is. But I think she's bringing up, I believe it's about 6 points here. And it seems like every reply that I'm seeing addresses one kind of. But it's not taking in her entire claim as a whole. And I think that's a disservice to what this is. And it's kind of creating, I don't know, not necessarily straw man arguments, but I feel like a lot of what she's actually trying to bring out here is not being addressed.
I will
So-
adopt the against position in BMO stead then. I was already against it, but I won't be nearly as eloquent and collected as BMO, but I will try to represent the same spirit of the conversation.
I mean, can anyone be as eloquent as BMO? It is tough.
Impossible.
But yeah, her tweet, for those who can't see it, is if men's health mattered to men, they'd be creating safe spaces for themselves and each other, pursuing therapy and creating community. Instead, they're perpetuating the very behavior systems that have handicapped them in the first place, refuse to support or create community amongst each other, severely damage the women in their lives who try to care for them, and attack women online for not doing the work for them in the replies to tweets like the one below, which is that men's mental health matters, whatever, 8 times or however many times she said that. And I think a lot of people are kind of taking umbrage with either that last thing or spaces for men, but I don't think they're taking that into...
I take issue with all of them.
I take issue with quite a bit of this tweet as well.
Cool. How do you want to do this? What would you take issue with in this tweet?
Hydra, you want to go first?
Me or Dorcas? Who goes first?
Either one.
Hydra,
Which one of us is the you? Come on.
Hydra, how about you, sir?
Okay.
You were the first to speak.
Well, where do I even start? Let's go in chronological order, as she said this. If men's mental health mattered to men, they'd be, and she follows up with her very specific advice solution. I would just like to quickly point out that attempts for creating safe spaces for men were made. They are illegal in some ways now because men's only clubs are not allowed and other laws prevent it as well.
Do you think that a space just for men is a safe space, though? Like, no, I think you're missing that whole safe space thing. Like, there were spaces for men, and they do seem to be going away.
We're not allowed to have them.
Safe spaces, but safe spaces are men-only spaces possible. Okay. However, I would also like to point out that if the genders were reversed in this tweet, the sky would fall and the wrath of the mob would be incurred on those men who dared suggest a solution for women while being men. Okay, first of all, I would just like to point that out. And it is a very as some people pointed out, female perspective. I'm not saying that derogatory. It's simply a psychological thing to say that, well, you need to create community spaces and converse with other beings about it instead of like processing it internally. It's a very womanly caring thing to say. You have to do it with people instead of things.
Okay,
but
let's stick on the safe space thing for just a moment. Okay. So I can think of a lot of places that were kind of gendered before, that were men's only spaces, but what of them is actually like a safe space? Like in any of those spaces, could you imagine somebody talking about like their depression, their mental health, anything like that? Or is it just, you suffer in silence, but you're around guys? Like when I'm thinking of locker rooms, when I'm thinking of like team sport, it wasn't like a safe space to ever talk about, like your feelings, your mental health. Like if you bring anything like that up,
I don't know. A single person would refer to locker rooms as a safe space. I understand that you're saying no. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, are not like that. What I'm merely implying is that a crucial step, if you think about it from this woman's perspective, obviously she would say that a shelter for female abuse victims that were abused by their boyfriends obviously needs to be men-free because men could never understand what women went through, and just the sheer look of someone who possibly has a penis will reawaken the feeling of the torturous relationship that they had to go through, etc., etc. You know what I mean? The mere suggestion that okay, they would be creating the safe spaces, but then you lock off one step that is 90% of the cases, in my opinion, is a crucial step to creating those safe spaces, is rather fucking unfair, in my opinion. Like, in order to create pro-men safe spaces, some things that are currently allowed/not allowed would have to be fundamentally changed. And we're still in the first two lines.
We're still on that first part. But could I ask you one thing then? Okay, so I keep hearing this response that women have taken it over, so they make it so that men can't have a space.
I don't
Can you
think
name
that is
one at any time in history where men had a safe space to talk about their feelings or mental health or anything like that?
First of all, the whole women have taken it over. I don't believe that women have consciously taken over anything. I merely believe that the society has changed over time. And when you ask that question, when throughout history have men had this safe space, that is inherently biased, because what we consider a safe space now, especially in the context of this tweet, is such a modern 21st century idea that even just going back to the 20th century, it's already completely alien. So of course, throughout history, it wouldn't have been a thing. I cannot point out to historic examples because the concept we are discussing is an extremely modern example that requires a modern society and modern understanding of psychology.
Okay, guys.
I just want to
So-
clarify.
Yes.
I am not anti-therapy. I am very pro-therapy. But why are we assuming that therapy is the cure-all and or only safe space? Why couldn't the locker room, good healthy male bonding, playing baseball or something, be a healthy outlet to physically burn off certain energy?
Sure.
So to
I think the classic go-to would be look at the rate of male suicide, and those things don't seem to be working.
Do the men who commit the suicide pursue these things? Because otherwise you're just pointing to a statistic. It's the same thing when people say, look at the amount of vaccinations and look at the amount of people having autism. Coincidence? I think no. Okay, now point out
the fact that when men do try to talk about their mental health issues, people like this woman attack them for it.
Yes, this is the exact same crowd.
And it only takes 2 minutes of looking at the rest of her Twitter feed to show that she clearly hates men.
Yep.
Okay. I know nothing about her. I'm not saying that she loves men, but what part of her tweet is attacking men?
Guys, yeah.
The entire thing
The two men in brackets when she says if mental health matters to men, meaning implying
they would make
that
spaces.
it
doesn't
they would
matter to
stop
men.
the
Yes.
stigma.
And here is someone who is trying to say men's mental health matters, and then here she comes in with the attack.
Yeah.
She could have just let the tweet be.
Yeah, look here. There is
or phrased it in a way that isn't as aggressive and bitter.
So
if you're getting him.
You're saying that it's an attack
Please
to
don't.
say don't get your mental health needs from Twitter. That would be horrible.
Twitter help.
But so what I'm getting from you is that she's attacking men by saying if it mattered to men, they would actually make spaces where they could do something about it. They would push therapy.
She's
And they would
implying it
stop the
doesn't
stigma.
matter.
I don't know that I don't know that that's
she
attacking men
puts,
though.
She puts the two men in parentheses,
and
then
this
she
is
makes it about women.
Yeah, this is how she then she makes it about women that obviously hits harder if you're a man. But yeah, she's got her if statement. Okay. If it mattered, this is what they would do.
Yeah.
And
if
those
it
are
mattered, they would create safe spaces, they would push
Yes.
therapy, and then they would stop the stigma around.
But we're
it.
not
I
allowed
don't disagree with that.
Wait, hold up. Okay. Then
I see a misunderstanding forming. I want to.
wait.
The misunderstanding is both here and in the chat. I see that people have a little bit like no one is arguing that what this woman has suggested, therapy, community, and talking to people cannot be the saving grace for a significant portion of humanity, including a significant portion of men. That is not the contention. Obviously, some people will be helped by this thing.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that this is not a generalized one-size-fits-all solution, just like how, the circles previously. The problem is that for everyone, the way to process the incredibly nebulous problem of poor mental health in modern society is very, very different because people in themselves, their interest and their personality and what they find enjoyable in life is different, and therefore different experiences will be therapeutic. For some people, it will be talking to other people and community, and as others have pointed out, for some people, it will be things, activities, pursuing, whatever. For example, me, because I am a guy and also I enjoy creating video games and virtual stuff and the stories and storylines and systems and board games. For me, what is really therapeutic is sitting down and creating games, concepts, etc. But for some other people, it might be going on a sailing trip. And for some others, yes, it might be sitting down with one or multiple people and discussing the whole matter.
So what would your definition of therapy be?
Oh,
I
that's a
think that
tough
might be
one,
where
man.
we're changing, because there are many things that people can find therapeutic, but I don't think that's the same thing as, you know, actually going
obviously.
somewhere
I'd just
to
like to
work on
come
something.
back to the point here of the issue that is taken. I think Gray has not said it, one of the first things he said is that it's not like he knows how she said it has been incendiary.
It's
That
very
she's made a
inflammatory.
judgment.
Like
She's made it
it's
a
going to
judgment.
create a what?
Yeah.
It's going to
Because
create
she
these
said-
feelings
yeah.
for sure.
She's saying mental health doesn't matter to me,
She is essentially saying
and that hurts.
she is being, well, if this was a man doing this to a woman, everybody would say that he is a misogynist, an evil person who wants to own people, etc., etc. But since I am not one of those people, I will simply be satisfied with the definition of, just not even the definition, just the summary that this tweet feels a little bit too self-important, and it sounds like this person
She's not putting herself up at all.
and is taking it out here, which is
So I don't get so I'd love it if you could kind of point out where you kind of get the self-importance from this, because I'm saying I see what she's trying to say. She's saying it very inflammatory, but essentially, like, if they really had this as an issue, men, what they would do is, you know, get rid of the stigma. They would make it much easier to actually pursue therapy, and there would be a safe place and a community around that. I don't see how that's self-aggrandizing.
What if
Towards the end, she mentions like men take it out on the women who care for them, and they attack women online, like what's happening below, which is she points to the tweet that she's quote tweeting. And if you notice, even Rova, who, you know, had a reply many days later that's like, hey, a lot of the replies to this are disgusting. She's not saying every man is attacking women. She's saying this woman down here who said men's mental health matters is being disgustingly attacked. I don't think she's not. Like, I'm not saying any part that's self-aggrandizing.
I want to address the things you said in order. I've already forgot some of them, so apologies. I will have to ask for you to repeat yourself sometime. But first of all, the self-important part is how she says, if they actually cared, they would be doing exactly what I suggested. First of all, that is the self-important part. And she's saying this as someone who fundamentally cannot understand the situation. Okay, it would be the equivalent of me opening a statement with, well, if 18th century slaves actually cared about their freedom, they would have organized like it would be. It's phenomenally ignorant opening, followed by, I have the one and only, the universal panacea to all of this. That to me is the problem. Clearly, she put enough words into this tweet that she could have alluded to the fact that for some people it's different, but she decided not to. Sorry.
And the end with the lol obviously adds to the tone of it.
So I definitely hear what you're saying. I just think that's a bad comparison because, you know, these people were not doing it. You know, slavery is a different thing. Like, people were taken against their will. You know, they're forced into this thing where men are kind of doing this to ourselves with the stigma, with the fact that we don't have safe place, that we're not comfortable saying like, hey, you know what? I'm mentally ill. I have a problem. I'm really struggling right here.
I would like to
then have
point out
a trouble asking for help. But I don't think that's imposed by the will of somebody else. Maybe you could say it's like societal norms, but I that's where I think the comparison fails.
The problem here is that you're doing a lot of heavy lifting for someone who is not interested in generosity or understanding. Also, Bimo, I'm not hitting my desk. Unfortunately, a screwdriver fell off and I had to put it back, which is always at hand because of the chair falling apart. So it's within our reach, just in case.
I just want to, Dorcas, you please tell us what you were going to say, and then I'll have some instructions.
So perhaps I have a California bias here, but I don't think therapy is stigmatized anymore. or it hasn't been for a long time. But that said, it
Okay,
seems
got a little video to
self-evident to
show.
me. But it seems self-evident to me that men's mental health does matter to a lot of men, and every time they try to raise awareness about male suicide rate or failing school grades or whatever, a woman like this Carter person comes along and makes it about women and shames men and doesn't let us have the spaces that we need to be able to have discussions, to go to therapy without. Yeah, that's.
Mhm.
I hear what
Yeah,
you're saying. I can't see how women have imposed that on us. It does feel to me more like it's men that
I mean, look at the
stigmatize it.
tweet,
It's
guys.
that's
Look at the
gay, that's weak,
tweet.
that's
Look at her.
beta, that's whatever.
Okay.
You're not
And-
man
and-
enough
and
if you.
With regard to like being attacked by men over this issue, she made an incendiary tweet. She knowingly and purposefully chose to make an entire tweet and her whole Twitter account essentially being aggressive to men. It's not
About shitting on men. Her career
and
is
men are,
that, basically.
if you're going to do that in a public forum like that, people are allowed to respond, are they not?
Yeah.
And just
Yeah, I've
so
never
that's
said that
not
they couldn't.
aggression.
She got like 8 point. Oh, sorry, I think
No,
I saw it as
it's in her
6.7K, but it's 8.7K responses to this. So yeah, like
Okay.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry for that. What I want to do, I think we've gotten off to a really good start. You guys are very emotionally okay. I think we can try what do you guys think of letting Gray go through his presentation here and basically say what he thinks?
That would be great. I've been trying
Sure,
to
yeah.
write down all of
Have
his
had
points,
time
but he
to
talks
talk.
so much that I couldn't. I literally have a notepad open to write down things as he says, and I'm still running out of, like, I can't. He brings up
I
so
will
many
attempt to
points at
talk
once,
less.
and I want to respond to them all. It's impossible.
Okay, so because I just want to hear Gray's arguments communicated without being interrupted.
Sure.
Because that is I know that, like, yeah.
Let's
But
just go one at a
try
time. Yes.
and put a keyword for the thing that pissed you off the most about what Gray said. Okay.
It's
Yeah,
not just
please.
pissing off.
Point
have,
out why I
can-
piss you off.
What can I?
it's not
diagram
pissing off.
this,
Every
Gray?
single thing is something that
Gray,
is.
I'm not going to put it. I won't. I'll diagram it and try and see if I can understand. Maybe we take notes of what you're saying.
Okay.
And then
so
compare.
I-
yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I don't want to build up that like this is a presentation. Like pretty much,
Yeah.
I just grabbed a whole bunch of responses to this, including
Yeah, but just
some famous
the reference-
YouTubers. But it's not like I didn't make like a real presentation.
Yeah. No. They're references. That's all. They're references for your opinion, right?
And sorry
And-
about that, Charles. I'll stop breathing.
Statement of appreciation for everyone here, just to clarify.
Yes, guys. So if we can, I'm sorry I made it sound like Gray has a presentation to tell us all what's what. It's not that.
I don't want people to build it
Yeah,
up in their
no.
heads. You know, it's
No,
just I'm
don't
showing
build it
some
up.
tweets and just telling you
Yeah.
my interpretation of them.
Yes, exactly.
But,
And that's the jumping off point, I think, which is fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll start with this one and just kind of say my interpretation of it. Again, I think it's an inflammatory way of saying it, and I don't think she did it very gracefully. But hell, I mean, she got almost 29 million views and like 9,000 replies to this. So I'm obviously not correct here. She is. She knows how to work Twitter. I don't. But she's saying if men's mental health mattered to men, they'd be creating these safe spaces for themselves and each other, pursuing therapy, creating community. I don't feel like there is this community where you can necessarily talk about mental health or the issues that you're having. Like I have a bunch of male friends. I generally wouldn't talk to them about, how things are going in my life. If depression is creeping up on me, just how much of a failure I feel in a lot of different aspects of life. And I feel like a lot of that is perpetuated by the very behavior systems that have handicapped men in the first place. I know my father's generation, he is so resistant to talking to anybody. Same thing with almost everybody from that generation that I have like personal relations with. I see a bunch of issues that they're having where I really think if they did talk to somebody, perhaps go through one of the many forms of therapy that are out there. Again, there's like hundreds of different types of therapy, including, like logos therapy, which is very awesome. It isn't talk therapy. It actually has to do with finding man's meaning in life. It comes from Viktor Frankl, the, World War II concentration camp survivor who created
Great
logo
book,
therapy
Man's Search for Meaning.
all to help people find their meaning to their life. There is cognitive behavioral therapy where it helps you see a bunch of these cognitive distortions that we all have, such as like filtering. Like you get a bunch of positive comments, but you get one negative comment. You're going to stick on that one. There's a whole lot of things that we do that kind of really blow things out of proportion. That's the one that's helped me the most, but it's still a kind of therapy. It's not just talk therapy, and it's not, like what do they call that?
Psychoanalysis.
Yes, thank you. Psychoanalysis. It's not necessarily that. It's not just somebody sitting there. Okay, and how does that make you feel? And how does that make you feel? Because I agree with you. A lot of that does seem useless. Like if you are somebody who's in your head, you know how it makes you feel. You're constantly like ruminating on that. But there's different modalities of therapy that could really help, including like dialectical behavioral therapy. There are things that are beyond just talk therapy out there. But I don't see us pushing that. I don't see us pursuing that. I don't see us really building that up. In fact, I'm seeing a lot of the opposite in communities around me. I know when I was struggling, like I went to talk to my parents, and my dad was completely against any form of therapy. When I talk to a bunch of friends, they're all against that. Like they hate, this thing of showing weakness and saying that you're a failure. Instead, you just need to get to the gym. Well, I was at the fucking gym and I was depressed and it sucked. And it's like, I'm doing all these things. They gave me a whole bunch of meds and that's supposed to stop me from being depressed. I wasn't. I was still depressed. But I go to talk to some of my friends and they're like, no, you can do therapy if, like you're in war or you like have PTSD or something. It's like, I don't know. I feel that we are gatekeeping it to our fellow men. And I think that's what she's trying to get at when she's saying they perpetuate the very behavior systems that have handicapped them in the first place. I view that around me. Maybe it is just my bubble that I'm in, but I didn't feel like there was support to create a community where, it was actually a priority, where it is something that we actually would care about, where men actually do talk about their feelings instead of just, joking around with each other, busting balls. Like that's great, but that didn't cure my depression. I enjoy those interactions, but I don't know. I just still experience the stigma in my life about it. So I think that's what she was trying to get at with this tweet. And then I think the last part of it, where she talks about the women in men's lives who try to care for them, I guess. So I've kind of lied to you guys all with omission, I guess. So there's a very special woman in my life. I am married. So
Congrats.
I've never mentioned it before.
Yeah,
oh, thank
wonderful.
you, thank you. It's been many years, but I've never mentioned her because she was kind of telling me, she didn't want to be involved in my weird online shit. She has a real job. She doesn't want anything to go back to her. So she wanted to be anonymous, but she recently has told me like, hey, you can at least tell people you're married. So
That's
yeah.
great. Yes, we
Yeah.
do need that for your context to understand. Yeah.
That changes a lot of things. Yes.
Yes.
Anyway. Yeah.
So I've tried talking to her a lot about the feelings, but I know that she took on the brunt of it and she just kept trying to get me like, hey, you need to go talk to somebody. There's something really wrong with you. You've changed. You were in a dark place. And I feel like I was. And sadly, like I could put on a mask with people at work. Like they didn't know what I was going through. They still saw me as like the supervisor who could answer the questions, who took care of everything, but they didn't know like the real struggle and just like how down I was and just how little I was willing to like, I don't know, do anything for myself. How much I was sliding into this really dark hole. But she knew that. She was really, she got to see the real me. She got to see everything, when I actually got home, when I was willing to take that mask off. And man, I'm not saying like I treated her bad, but I think that's what she's getting at, that they severely damage the women in their lives who try to care for them. My wife was really pushing me and she really cared for me. But man, you don't want to hear you've got a problem. You have a mental health problem. You are not normal. You need to go get something fixed. To me, that really hurt me. And I think I did lash out at her. Not like I'm yelling at her or anything like that, but it's like,
But
you know, you don't want to
it
be
was
told you're
unpleasant.
wrong, you have a problem.
You fought her on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's weird. Like, so everything was great in my life. Like I got married, I got a house, I lost a whole bunch of weight, I was going to the gym, like things were good, like on the surface, but man, it's hard to explain that to like other people. Like, yeah, but I feel off, and I feel like my brain is like broken. Like I feel horrible at this. Everything that everybody was trying to tell me, like it wasn't, hey, let's talk about this, or perhaps it's something with the way that you're comprehending everything. Instead, it was just, hey, you know, go work out. And it's like, I would do that. And then I would just feel like shit. So I don't know. I think that's where I'm taking this. And I understand that maybe most people aren't taking that. And then that final line, the attack women online for not doing the work for them. I think she's just referring to Rova's tweet there and then the replies to that. But perhaps I'm giving her a little bit too much credit. It definitely is incendiary, and it got a whole bunch of people, you know, to respond with vitriol.
What I do want to ask, just to add to your whole the way you spoke about Charles.
Thank you for sharing, by the way, Gray.
Yeah, thanks, Gray. That's your also that sees that is the context from which you came from. I think nobody can disagree with that. Nobody here will disagree that this is what you've seen. That's important. That's why it was just even.
I've not seen what I have seen. Sorry.
But I do want to ask if I could word one of your points differently as well. Do you think that the conception of therapy is just that it's all talk therapy? It's all how do you feel about that? Is that part of this lack?
I think so. I think that's a huge part. Like, if you've ever dabbled in therapy, you've probably met a therapist that didn't click with you. You know, sadly, a lot of it's kind of like dating. I think Charles may have a little bit more of something to say on this, since I believe he's been to more people than me. But let me tell you, like, I have been to a whole bunch of therapists that just did not click. And each one kind of practices a different modality. They all have different specialties.
Yes.
Actually, one of the coolest therapists that I ever met was now I'm forgetting what they call it, but he was in like the last year of his school. He was just about to get his degree, so they were teaching him a whole bunch of different modalities. It was kind of a cut rate, kind of like barber school or whatever, where they give you a less rate because, you know, they don't have their certification or whatever. But it was kind of cool. So he got to practice a whole bunch of different modalities on me, and it's like, okay, then I really got to click with cognitive behavioral therapy. I had a bunch of cognitive distortions that were just running rampant. Like, a lot of it is like black and white thinking. Like, everything is, you know, all or nothing. It's just very bad. And then unfortunately, MSK is one of the people in my life who's really perpetuating this horrible cycle of men, you know, handicapping themselves in the first place. As you'll see in an upcoming video, I have a clip from the Master Swag King himself.
Oh, but, wow.
Nice to see you, MSK.
Oh, wow. Perpetuating it. Listen, I actually also have some videos that at some point I would like us to look at, because this is also a way that we will. I just went on Instagram and got a few reels and things, because this is what we're talking about when we say the discourse. So, like, what is happening around us? This is the online bubble. But
so
next,
sorry,
let's see the video.
I just saw Copa's response that men don't need talking; they need action plans and battle maps.
That's
yes,
part of it.
You're not incorrect, and
It's true.
that's why there's a whole bunch of different therapies, not just talk therapy. But again, that's why logotherapy. So logotherapy focuses rather on the future. That is to say, on the meanings to be fulfilled by the patient in the future. Logotherapy indeed is a meaning-centered psychotherapy. At the same time, logotherapy defocuses on the vicious cycle formations of feedback mechanisms, which play a great role in development of neurosis. Thus, the typical self-centeredness of a neurotic is broken up and instead being continually fostered and reinforced. So it is making that plan. It is figuring out what your meaning is, what to do with your life. It's very different than how does that make you feel? You're
Yes.
right. Not every modality of therapy is exactly the same. And that's the same thing with like cognitive behavioral therapy. A lot of the times they do give you kind of a map, kind of a plan on what to do, how to combat these particular distortions. Like you're not going to stop feeling these feelings, but you can decide how they affect you. It is kind of interesting, but it is more of a plan than just talking. And,
Yes.
it is kind of different, but you do need to find the one that fits for you. And then just because you found the right therapy doesn't mean that you found the right therapist.
Therapist, yeah.
Again, it's all
Hot-
about
I have
chemistry
a
and
hot
it's all
take
about
here.
take. Oh yeah, please. Be hot, sir.
My hot take is a bad therapist is potentially more damaging to a person than a good therapist is beneficial.
I don't think that's a hot take at all.
No, that's
It very much
quite
could be.
logical.
I know. So I went to this lady. She literally saw me twice and then just said, okay, well, you've done, and she's just a talk therapist. So she wasn't the one, she didn't have a psychiatric degree or anything like that. She wasn't
She's a
giving me
counselor.
medication or anything like that. That was somebody else who I was talking to. But I met with this lady twice, and her decision at the second time that I talked to her was, okay, well, you've tried everything, so you need to do ECT, electroshock therapy. And it's like, that
Oh
just
my
scared
God,
me away
no.
from talking to any mental health
Yeah, that seems
practitioner
extreme.
for like a decade. It seemed like it to me. It was a really bad fit. It really did not work out. And yeah, it made me quit therapy for a long time. It was a really bad experience. But then I had some really good experiences. But don't be afraid to try out a bunch of different therapists. Like it really is a chemistry thing. You do need to find the right person that you can be open with, and then you need to find the right modality to where you could actually combat that in the way that works for you. So, like Copa was talking about, like a plan. Yeah, there are actual modalities, again, much like logotherapy, where it would actually give you a plan. Same thing with cognitive behavioral therapy. I think dialectical behavioral therapy also gives you a plan. But yeah, there is a lot of psychoanalysis where they don't. It's just asking you, and how does that make you feel? And the therapist will not at all jump in. That to me is not, it's not helpful.
That
I
will
feel like I'm
regress
stuck in my
you.
head a lot.
That
Yeah,
will regress
I
you.
agree.
That is not a good idea. It will. You can sit and stare at your navel for many, many years with a psychoanalyst. Analyst. You can do that,
hmm
and it can go very wrong. But I just want to yeah.
Just to add quick context, I've seen in my adult life two therapists. One was a CBT. I don't remember off the top of my head what the second was. And I've seen a psychologist.
A
Did
clinical.
not like the psychologist at all.
Mhm.
But anyway, just
yeah.
since we're talking about whether or not we've seen people,
Yeah,
just
that's
throwing
a
that
good-
out for my experience.
for the context. I do want to ask Gray, is this a good enough layout for what you were saying? Is there anything you want to add? It's not just talk therapy. It's just basically,
that-
this is just in your
I think that
experience.
works out.
It seems like there was so much, but this is all you're saying is that, yeah, it was incendiary. And then, yes, sorry, the last thing is that the damaging women in their lives does happen.
And
that's
maybe it doesn't have to be just women, but the actual people in your lives. I don't know if you've ever been like in the room with somebody who's extremely upset or extremely sad, and it just kind of takes all the energy out of the room. That's what it was like every day dealing with me once I got home, once I like removed that mask for the world. I think that's what she's getting at by damaging the people in their lives, trying to help them. It doesn't necessarily have to be the women in your life, but I think those people that you actually remove that mask and they can actually see that to you. I think that's what she was getting at, the severely damaged women in their lives who try to care for them. Perhaps she is putting it very personally that it is just women, but I don't know. I think anybody that I was willing to let that mask slip, they saw how miserable I was. I know one of my band members definitely quit because I also kind of showed them that side of me. And they just...
It was too much
they
for them.
basically told me I was miserable and I was bringing everything down. So they quit as well. So it's not just the women in your life, but it's anybody that you basically burden with that whole thing. Because when you're really depressed or really down, it really does take like the entire energy out of every room, every conversation. It takes a toll on everybody. It's not just you. You don't just suffer personally.
Ranger says here, as a young guy, this is a bit sad to listen to. Well, I'm hoping that this is not sad at the end.
Yeah,
the message of
I
support
hope it's a
actually
happy
comes out
story.
at the end.
I
I'm much better now, and I really don't know if I'd be here if it wasn't because of therapy. I had a bunch of good shit going on in my life, but man, it just seemed like the bad shit was outweighing it, and I would just somehow ruminate on it, even though I had so much good going on. It's just weird. It's that filtering thing. You just I had a tendency to just kind of ruminate and really focus on the super negative, and man, it was not good. But I don't feel like I do that anymore. And I think I was able to do that because of the plan that I was able to kind of put together in cognitive behavioral therapy, which really helped me see all these distortions that I was definitely implementing.
Guys, do you think... Sorry, yeah, Dorcas, go.
Sorry. Just I would say, as far as this tweet is concerned, I filtered it more through a lens of societal discussion because it's a tweet, because it's not talking about necessarily anyone specific or a specific experience. I assumed it was about the societal discussion that we are all a part of, and I would still fall back on some of my previous comments about how, generally speaking, writ large, when men as a whole try to create spaces or discuss men's mental health issues, there are always, they are for the most part shut down or labeled as MRAs, as red pillars or what have you, and shoved aside in favor of more discussion about women's issues. And that's still very much kind of the vibe I get from this person's tweet, or at least the her Twitter account writ large.
And I can see that interpretation of it. I think it is a little bit more, is there this big push for men to pursue therapy? Is there this community that's, wanting men to actually do that? Or is it more, just go lift? Like, I keep hearing that, and it's like, okay, I understand. Like, yes, if you're not doing that, yes, that is. And if you go to therapy, they're going to basically tell you, okay, this talk therapy, that's one aspect of it. That's one pillar of this. But you also need exercise, and you also need, so there's really kind of four. So diet also really affects it. And then the fourth one really is, it could be medication. If you do have some sort of, whatever you want to call that, some sort of imbalance, chemical imbalance inside your head, perhaps there is a medication that's required, at least in the short term. But it's not just one thing. It's not just talking about it is going to solve everything. It's not just lifting is going to solve everything. It's not just diet, but it really is kind of this whole, I don't know what you want to call that, but it is part of the whole that is needed for this balanced mental health, if you will. But I don't think anyone's wrong when they're saying, do this thing, but you need to do that in addition to the other things, which is tough. And, if you're in the bottom of this hole, it's really hard to look up and be like, yeah, I will just go to the gym and lift. It really is kind of a debilitating. It's beyond sadness. It's just, man, if you've never been really in a deep depression, it's tough. I don't wish that on anybody. But even the smallest things can seem like a bridge way too far.
Doc is just talking about your interpretation here. I'm wondering, can both of these interpretations live together? Because in some situations, in some contexts, there is what you see, and in other contexts, there is what Gray sees. Do you both? I think Gray has said he can see that you would see it that way. Dorcas, do you see what Gray has experienced anywhere in your context?
I see the logic and how he came to the conclusions he has come.
Because do you think yours? Yeah. Can you guys both hold these beliefs as are they both true?
Yeah.
I think that both of these things are true.
I mean, I didn't look through Denisha's previous tweets to see a whole bunch of Miss Andrews tweets or anything like that. I totally believe Dorcas if she's basically a man hater. Fair enough. And then that would give you extra context that perhaps I'm not applying to the last couple lines in this.
No,
I
we're
just know,
looking.
you know, like it took a toll on my wife, and it was hard for her to tell me to actually go and pursue health. Eh, I don't know. I think she definitely suffered in
Hmm.
being with me, so that's where I'm kind of reading that one. But if you're just attacking men in general, saying like, you know, they all hurt women in their lives, yeah, that sucks.
Mhm.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
agree with that.
Okay, so if we look at it in high definition, both parts are actually true. Because you can I think you can point to points where you try and make a certain safe space, and women are part of the attack against it. Women are part of one of the things that destroys them. One of the things I was talking about to MSK earlier was that, and this is a very small thing, but there are women that don't like their men to have hobbies because they are in that way where it's like the man's not allowed to have fun without him.
Men are expected to be marble statues. They are not allowed to have
Yes.
emotions. They are not allowed to have fun. They are not. If you've seen any of the crazy list of X or whatever is popular now, basically you're not allowed to do anything that isn't like the Platonic ideal of the man, the Greek hoplite, the whatever that is standing in the perfect position. Obviously, that's not realistic even remotely.
And that's great. I put
yeah.
quite a bit of effort in it to create space for the men around me. I think
That's
all
awesome.
of you guys are like that. I don't seem to get that from you, where you
I
kind
mean,
of push each other
not for
out.
MSK, but
Yeah,
everybody
MSK is not. I'm talking about the guys in the studio now. I don't feel like that, that is what you guys
No, I
do.
love these
But then
guys.
again,
I want a safe space for all you guys.
I don't know what the dynamic is like without me there, because I obviously will make everybody get softer about everything. So, Hydra, Dorcas, if you're done with your interpretation, we can go to Hydra's.
Go for it.
Okay, so
Oh, MSK has something to say. Just hold on.
Ooh,
Actually-
sorry, money talks.
Actually, going to the gym aspect really helps. It puts your mind on something different and gets your mind on a goal, not sitting on sadness.
that is true for
No,
some
yeah.
people. Yeah, some
Exercise
people.
is a hack, boys. It's a hack.
For
Very-
some
You're not
people,
wrong.
it's exercise that is the most therapeutic. As I talked about it before.
it's
For
not
some
a silver
people,
bullet.
that's what
But
it
it's
is.
not a panacea, man. I was
Mm-hmm.
going to the gym, I was lifting heavy, and I was depressed as shit. Like it's
Yeah, it
not
doesn't work for
enough
everyone.
for everybody. It is one good pillar. Like yes,
It's good.
also diet is a huge thing. Like it is really crazy, but your mood can be so affected by what you eat in this
And for
weird,
some people,
weird
that's
way.
the case too. Yeah, it's
But-
you have to take into consideration there's so many different kinds of people.
Yeah, and there's people out there with
Shut up.
imbalanced brain
Disavow.
chemistry.
Charles,
and
you're
perhaps
being
there
a
is-
child again. Please.
You know, like I do have an imbalance in my brain. I do have what's considered chronic depression. I've slipped into it numerous times throughout my life, and it's more than just a sadness. It's more than just I feel down.
Yeah.
If you haven't experienced it, like that is awesome. You know, I
don't
envy
think
you. That is
helps because
that is
that's-
fucking amazing. But if you've ever been in like a deep depression, you'd be surprised at like just the amount of effort it would take to go out there and touch grass. Walking seems like something
Yeah, it's
beyond
not-
you. Getting up out of bed seems like it's so much beyond you. Like you're right. That is something that would really help you, working out and going to the gym. But I was doing that and it wasn't enough, man. It's not going to be enough for everybody in all situations, but you're right. And it is a huge pillar. And if you ignore that, you're ignoring one huge part of what really helps us as a whole. But
Mhm.
man, so a lot of the responses to this are essentially like, no, men just need the gym. And that's not enough. And that's not enough for everybody. And then you do end up, really alienating. And it, again, handicaps the whole community, and it perpetuates this system of behaviors that have handicapped them in the first place by saying like, all you need is gym. Well, I went to gym and that's not enough. I'm still fucking depressed.
And you
So what do I do?
And you're a wuss for it not working for you.
Yeah. And apparently
I-
I'm a beta because
Yeah.
I'm a failure, and I'm weak because, mentally I am not like everyone else. It really sucks. But yeah, sorry. It's a band-aid, but underlying aspects are there. I don't disagree with you. It's definitely a pillar of overall fitness, which includes mental fitness. There is a reason why everyone says touch grass. Like, it's a real fucking thing.
Yeah,
You should move.
No, do it. You know what? It will get to the conclusion that I basically came to after doing this whole thing. Like, I've got my own little mind map. Basically, it comes down to the individual and the fact that if you need help, get it. But Hydra, that's where are you at?
Yeah, sorry for speaking over you again.
Your turn. I'm sorry for saying this, but I still couldn't address the tweet in its whole and all of the things that were brought up, which is a lot of things. So I try to be very quick about all of them, because
I think you're addressing it more than most people in the replies, though. They would take like one aspect of it. So
because
if you're
it's
doing more
Twitter,
than one,
but this is a live
most.
conversation. Comparing it to Twitter is a fucking insult. Okay,
Relax.
I better be addressing it better than the tweet replies. Okay.
Yeah. Of course you are.
So my problem personally is obviously not with the tweet, not with the idea of therapy or that society fucks over men sometimes. People are very different. Different things can help them and process the pain that accumulates during their life, lift them out of dark periods, etc. For some people it's things, for some people it's activities, for some people it's other people. It all depends on geography, location, how you grew up, what your hobbies are, what your societal places, etc. Everything. Like, if you live in one of the most beautiful places on the entire planet, you probably, a lot of outdoor activities can solve a lot of things for you. If your passion is this very ultra specific thing, then maybe it's something related to that. So yes, people are different and different things work. But to actually address now the original tweet in its whole, the reason why this thing ticks me off so much is for the following reasons. I'll summarize it. Just let me address part of the tweet at a time. Basically, this message conveys the following. Number one, men have a problem in society, therefore men have to change. Number two, if X really mattered to you, you would do exactly as I say. Number three, you engage and work in the bad systems, therefore you contribute to them, and therefore it's your fault. Number four, you hurt the woman trying to help you. Number five, you are doing it right now. And number six, this is all very funny. Basically, I condensed it into a very basic logical system. Just compare it to how these exact same people handle women's issues. Take note of the contrast. In that case, number one, society has a problem with women, therefore society has to change. Number two, women really matter, therefore you must do exactly as they say. Number three, women work in bad systems, therefore all systems need to be radically restructured for them. Number four, this is more important than anything else. Number five, if you disagree with any of the above, you are evil. And number six, you need to do something to help right now.
So I think you're adding a lot to it, like that number five. If you don't do this, this is evil. Where are you getting the "if you don't do this, this is evil" part from?
From the same people that post these messages. I looked it up on Twitter. These are the same groups of people and individuals who engage in this kind of messaging.
This particular tweet itself
is severely damaging women evil.
Basically, to these people,
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't.
I don't think I was evil.
So.
I don't think I was evil, but I think I severely damaged my wife. The same reason, like if somebody's in an extremely bad mood, they're kind of damaging the people around them. It takes all the air out of the room. But are they evil for doing that? I would say no.
No, they are not. But these people disagree with that statement. I'm trying to contrast their approach to one thing, and these same people, same groups, same individuals' approach to a different thing. That was what I was trying to do. I'm not making any claims myself here. I am simply condensing what they say to logical steps about one topic and another. Yes, I might make mistakes. Yes, I am removing a lot of data and information via these steps. But the same underlying theme is noticeable. And that, to me, is what pisses me off. I don't disagree with some of the things mentioned in this tweet, obviously. But the different behaviors when it comes to these things is what personally irks me a little bit. And especially the semi-psychopathic behavior from these people, or at the very least, very emotionless, cold, calculating, and radically being able to change your entire value system on a dime, to me, is like very spineless, cowardly behavior, which I don't appreciate. If you can have one standards and argue for one thing very passionately, but then switch out all of your standards and your goals when the same problem is presented in a different portion of society, that to me is like a major red flag. But that's just me.
Okay, so you saw a lot of hypocrisy. Look, Gray, I agree. At first, I agreed. I was like, yeah, she's not saying that. But those last two things are the asshole-ish way that she said it. That puts that on. That
Yeah.
judgment that I was talking about. That is the way that she says severely damage the women in their lives who care for them and attack women online. So that baggage, she added that baggage on.
You're
I
adding
think
tone
she
to her.
worded it
Context.
really poorly, but I understand what she's trying to say. And that attack women online for not doing the work in the reply tweets, like the one below, she's literally just talking about the people who are replying to Rova's tweet.
Yeah, but that's everyone.
So I don't think that's everybody. It's just people who put shitty responses to Rova's tweet.
That's
severely
background
damaged the women in their
problem.
lives who try to care for them. I don't know. Charles, I know you have a lot of experience in this thing. You had
can we go to
depression in your
Charles's
life.
interpretation?
Have you let's see, how did she word it? Have you severely damaged anyone in your life who tried to care for you because of like depression or mental health issues?
I would assume so.
I know I have. I'm taking it as that way, where it's like, I was miserable to be around. I know it broke up one of the bands that I was in. It really strained my relationship with my wife. She took the brunt of it because she kept trying to get me to get help. And it's really hard to want to get help or want to say, like, yes, I am mentally deficient. There's something really horrible going on in my head, and I'm not experiencing the world as it should be, essentially. I'm looking at it through this very, very dark lens, and it doesn't look good. I think I severely damaged her, and I don't think that makes me evil. I think, I was a person with mental health issues, but
It's hard.
I don't know. Sorry, please go ahead, Charles. You've been very quiet this time. Please.
No, it's hard to read between the lines with what she's saying, because severely damaged doesn't mean that you're intentionally doing it. You could severely damage someone who's supporting you and not realize that you're doing it. You could damage someone without realizing what it is you're doing. You could do it intentionally, of course, but you could do it without even knowing you're doing it. So it's hard to read between the lines in what she's saying. I mean, ending it with lol is a tad.
Yeah, it's incendiary.
But
it's not incendiary. It's specific. Incendiary just implies high temperature of the tweet, which is a thing, but it is also targeted and focused on people specifically. So it's not just incendiary.
But I think people are uncharitably applying that to an entire swath of men, where if you're not somebody who attacked women online for not doing the work in this reply tweet, she's not referring to you.
Yeah, but of course people are uncharitably engaging with something that is so insanely combating and high temperature is going to attract the uncharitably engaging behavior, like how mosquitoes swarm a lamp in darkness. Like, you put yourself out onto the internet, lit this area up like a Christmas tree, and you're surprised people got mad. Like, of course, you turn up the temperature and the internet is full of evil, deranged, crazy people, trolls, people who want to argue, people who are addicted, who need to post 20 times a day, etc., etc., etc. Obviously, a shitstorm is going to ensue. You knew this the moment you posted.
Which itself is a mental health issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I want to address two things in the chat really quick. Ranger has put a couple of comments, and I'd like to respond to them. I'm not trying to ignore you, sir. So the first one was, he was saying that he's a bit confused how the guy who was speaking the most, I'm guessing that's me, got those kinds of experiences and ideas from. So it's just my shitty life. Sadly, I think mental health issues kind of run in my family, so I'm sure there's a genetic component to it. I'm sure there is a brain chemistry component to it. I've also fucked around with a bunch of chemicals that probably didn't help things, And then I also had a bunch of external factors like the breaking up of a band, the ending of friendships, a whole bunch of other shit that was kind of going on during this time. But it's all my personal experience with it, man. I'm not saying it's a universal experience or anything like that. I figured some of the whole, like the people around you trying to urge you to get help, that is somewhat universal. Nobody wants to be told like, hey, you are mentally ill. It's hard to kind of go with that. And then the second comment that Ranger said is, I would say then you didn't get asked to get help the right way. I think that's a really shitty way of putting it. I'm not putting this on my wife. It's not that I didn't get help because she didn't ask me the right way. She came about it as nice as she could have. She approached it in every way possible that she wanted to. And finally, she just asked me to like kind of take a step back and then look at how I'm affecting like our lives. And I realized how miserable I was making every moment of existence. I was a different person at work, but like the second I got back, and man, I made it miserable for her. But that's not her fault. That's my fault for not being able to literally accept that somebody is saying, I'm concerned for you. I see that you have a problem. It's not on her. It's totally on me.
And
And
yeah,
I would
before we
say-
move on to JMac's tweet, just to quickly say, appreciation, statement of appreciation, not necessarily for, not just for the people that are here in a conversation, in the call, in the chat, and those that are donating and listening to this very hard to listen to and very complex topic. Thank you guys all for being here and being
Yes.
patient with us. I would also like to point out a second statement of appreciation. Gray, not everybody has that person who is constantly there trying to help them or in their
I was
life.
lucky,
and that
man.
would help for a lot of people, and that is a crucial step that could give you a fresh pair of eyes and try to understand the situation and help you. And unfortunately,
sure.
a lot of young men and women too, this is not
Don't
an
have that.
exclusively male problem, don't have this at all. And
sure.
this is something that could help
Loneliness.
a lot.
You're
Yeah.
right. And that was the problem. Like I had just bought a house. I had just gotten married. I have this wonderful wife who really cares about me. I had so many things going just so right in my life. And it's like, but still, like I'm feeling horrible. I feel horrible for anybody who didn't have that going with them. Like I don't know that I'd still be here without her kind of pushing me to get help. I am extremely lucky that she's in my life. Otherwise, I don't know where the hell I'd be if I'd still be. But yeah, it is weird. Sorry, JMac, the very generous JMac, has given us a very special comment.
Very often we hurt those that care the most for us because they are invested in us. The problem I have with her response is she starts her tweet with, if men's health matter to men. It's a broad brush to a nuanced topic. Absolutely, that's what I was going to go back to, is the way that and thank you, JMac, and also thank you for guys, if you are on Twitter, there's not just horrible stuff on Twitter. JMac has
it's true.
has quite
JMac
a, quite
is very
a great
inspiring.
tweet, regarding mental health, actually. Go and check that out. I'll see if I can, if I remember to share it at the end here.
Not just mental health.
Yeah.
That dude has
Just
great health advice.
Exactly.
Follow JMac for inspiration.
Yeah, do that. That he is an inspiration, guys. And thanks for adding to the conversation. I do feel like that is the key thing. The fact that Hydra was able to add the number 5 and 6 to her statement is because of the way she framed this. If mental health mattered to men, that slaps you in the face, because
it drips of vitriol.
It's saying you don't care about mental health, stupid men. So
and as JMac said, the broad brush, and that's just the first of many broad brushes in this tweet, by the way. But yeah, all of this, what she says, how she says it, and the way she blames, frames, etc., and offers quote unquote advice is together what really what I try to dilute into that formula. It's basically this.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, with what JMac's saying. Like, yes, it is a very broad brush, but I think as a very broad, like category, like men aren't pushing for mental health. Like, so
they are, though.
I do have a video that
they very much are. So this is a
that's awesome, man.
issue. Then where I am, they very much are. And they are not allowed to.
Dude, that is awesome. I'm really happy to hear that.
It could be they should succeed. They should be allowed to.
It could
Another
definitely be a
thing,
geographic issue based off of my kind of backwoods flyover state mentality. For sure. The coasts of the U.S. might be a little bit different, and apparently other countries might be different, but it does not seem to be a priority where I'm at.
I just want to add to Hydra. Remember, Hydra said it's not just incendiary; it's targeted. Looking at the language of it, I understand exactly what he means, because there's the two men. If men's health mattered, there's the targeting of men into men there. The lol obviously just adds to it, but then also the fact that severely damage the women in their lives who try to take care of them, and attack women online for not doing the work within their replies. I think that takes away from the logic that you are bringing to her. Her point. Her point is about, like, she makes it about women. Whereas
It's
for
like
you,
I like
you're
how they
the people
even
that
manage
are
to
in
make
your life.
men's issues about women's issues. That's very funny to me.
But
Well,
with that being said, yeah.
oh, sorry, I'm a jerk. Please finish with that being said, please.
With that being said, I would like Charles to give because Charles, you did add that it's hard to read between the lines of it, and you can give intention to severely damage. Anything else that you want to add there? Anything you would like to add to the conversation?
I think it's
you don't
ironic.
have to if you don't want to.
I just think it's ironic that a woman has reposted and replied to another woman discussing mental health issues.
And that's what went viral.
Right. And
because if a man did this, it wouldn't go viral, sadly.
But there's always this pettifogging where something gets, I don't know, adopted by someone, and they implant their own issue, and it stops being about the original thing. Like the bear. This is a very similar whataboutism to the bear man thing a couple months ago. It's very similar, and it somehow that became about like SA, and that was the new thing that was discussed, and it just totally lost track of the simple short answer to that. And this here, there's a hell of a lot that has to do with all mental health, not just men's mental health. There's a ton of social
Thank
stigma.
you. I have a question. Yeah, a ton of social stigma. Yeah, go continue. Sorry, I'm celebrating.
I mean, you've kind of alluded to it before that, like, sports and locker room. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you tried to tell I mean, Gray kind of brought it up before. Have you ever tried to tell someone that you're having a rough time of it? Try going into the manosphere. Yes, right. Try going to the manosphere and complaining.
Don't go in there. Don't go in the
manosphere. It would be lovely if we could watch in a second. It might include some of the manosphere.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me, please.
Okay, so
that is such brain rot.
So are we good, guys? Have we all had our say about the tweet? I think that's exactly what the slideshow thing is about, is having references for our discussion. That's the reason it's there. It's not to tell us things. Okay? Are we good?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Sorry for talking over you again, Charles. I'm a jerk.
No, we're good.
Well, I do have a little video that I think kind of demonstrates what I'm seeing as kind of, it seems like the ideas that I hear from not only my family, but the people around me, especially the men in my life. And I think it is this that she's talking about, perpetuating behavior systems that have handicapped us in the first place. I chose a few examples of very similar. I'm sure you guys have heard statements similar to these, but I don't know. Would you be willing to watch like a short video for a moment?
A compilation, yes.
Cool.
As long as I can shit on the manosphere. Oh, yes, please, give it to me. The brain rot. I want to reduce my IQ radically, yes.
Hold on. Gray, can you control the video? I just controlled it because...
I think so. Yeah, it auto-plays when you put it up there. I think so. It's letting me do the play thing.
Okay.
So I have everybody's favorite mental health guru on here, just for a moment. But keep in mind, he is infallible.
My logic is infallible.
Oh, boy.
And I have a genuine problem with therapy as a whole. What is therapy? Well, therapy is the idea that you need to go through life crying about the bad things that have happened to you to some other mortal being as if they are God, and that somehow that makes things better. Therapy's
Hey Charles,
of all,
you've had a
no.
little experience in therapy. Is that how you describe therapy?
Okay,
You won,
no,
no?
before we all of that, okay,
Wait, Charles,
before you
let-
no, setting the stage. Okay, I understand the idea of like, let's see what the manosphere has to say, but I personally belong to those groups of people, maybe I'm in the minority, who is perfectly comfortable with completely disregarding the opinions of people who film themselves having sex with 14-year-olds and then proudly display it on the internet and brag about it, okay? I
mean, that
honestly
might be a good
don't
rule of
care what
thumb
they
to
have to
operate
say.
by. I get it.
Gray,
Yeah.
remind me quickly. This might sound
His name is
like
Andrew
a
Tate.
strange question.
Oh.
No, I know who he is. I do not like him.
Oh, okay.
Gray, what is your opinion on Jordan Peterson, though?
I'm a huge fan. I think
Okay.
his later work is not nearly as strong, but he's been through something extremely traumatic, and I can understand why, especially when he got to spend so much time focusing on the original 12 rules, why he might not be in that same headspace or might not be able to do that currently.
Okay.
But
so
overall, I like it. I'm not a huge fan of the huge religious bend he's kind of gone on, but I understand it with his wife and their whole experience.
Oh, there's a great
the-
question with that donation in chat.
Yes.
Hey,
We
Stug.
went right to that, Stug. You were awesome, man.
Yep,
Okay, but I have a question,
Good
but we'll do the super chat first.
let's respond to this.
Yeah.
one
Men's
first.
mental health
Did you pay?
overall better or worse than it was, say, 50 years ago? In my opinion, it's a lot better, but I think we have a long way to go.
You have to, before everyone gives their opinions on this or responds to this, I would like to point out that the method which we use to classify, detect, measure, and document mental health has changed so much in the past 50 years that just looking back at situations from 50 years ago might not give you an accurate picture of how mental health looked like back then. That is the same, like it has evolved and changed so much that it's really difficult to say, I think, and you should keep that in mind, that it's not going to be scientifically measurable that much, because all of the mental health symptoms will show a radical increase because our measurements have gotten much more precise. And
We also have new diagnoses.
yeah, no diagnosis. And that leads to a lot of people to believe that, society has gotten going much more in the direction of creating more mental health problems, which I personally tend to agree with, but not for this reason. I think you need to be careful with statistics. This question is really good, and I wish we had a concrete, measurable scientific answer, but I don't think we
For
have.
sure. And I think you can kind of test the temperatures. Is there still stigma about it? I think there's far less stigma about men seeking mental health now.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Especially therapy than there was. Like my dad's generation, my grandpa's generation, there's no way that they would have gotten mental health. Like it takes somebody who's really failing at everything to do that, where I think it is a little bit more acceptable. And, I praise shows like The Sopranos, where they actually showed some guy like Tony Soprano actually getting help. Weirdly enough, they did look into statistics, and oddly enough, in New Jersey, like therapy went way up. There was a huge rush when that show was going on, and when they kind of show re-airings of it, for some reason, that does drive people to do it. So that is awesome. It is less stigmatized, but I think we have even more to go on this. Sorry, I've spoken way too much. Dorcas, you have any thoughts on this, sir?
I got a question.
It is Schrodinger's worse and better at the same time. As Hydra said, I think we kind of gauge or use slightly different metrics than we have in the past. So it's something I would have to think or ruminate on for a bit longer, I think, to give a specific answer. But before I forget, the reason, Gray, I had asked you about Jordan Peterson is I think earlier in this stream I had made sort of a thesis statement, something to the effect of, with regard to this societal discussion, when men try to talk about mental health issues, people tend to lump those folks into the red pill, the manosphere, what have you. And I think, please remind me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure there was a discussion a while back now about Jordan Peterson as being incredibly helpful, but he kept getting tarred and feathered as, you know, the Red Skull,
Red Skull?
etc.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
and basically what that was doing by lumping Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate together, it pushed the people who were trying to address men's mental health issues to the manosphere, to the Andrew Tates of the world.
They were all characterized as the same thing.
For sure. But also remember the other attacks of Jordan Peterson. If you remember, every time he's cried on camera, people love to attack him and call him super beta and all that shit too.
And those are these exact same people who whine about how, you know, they all have the solutions to men's mental health issues. But at the same point, when someone who clearly went through, well, in my opinion, even so much that it's changed much of their opinions and personality with so much incredible pain that man went through, I honestly wouldn't have been able to survive that, what he did. So I can kind of forgive some of his radical changes in opinion. I personally am more of a fan of the pre-2016 Jordan Peterson, not so much modern Peterson. I tend to dislike that, but I give him a massive pass because of what he just survived and endured personally. Huge respect for that, even though I dislike the guy now personally. But sometimes respecting is better than liking. But yeah, these are the same people who then shit on Peterson for being passionate about something when they clearly don't understand how much they are breaking their own standards. And that to me just means that I shouldn't, not that I shouldn't care about these things, but that these don't hold as much weight as someone who would genuinely try to help or had good things to say.
Dorcas, I think I might have interrupted you right at the end of your point. I'm so sorry about that. Did you have a little bit more to go off on the Peterson thing?
Just is what I have said like more or less congruent with reality that people lumped him in with the Andrew Tate and it ended up pushing
and
people
I
more
think that
toward.
It's such a disservice to what he's doing because he actually, you know, believes in mental health and people should actually go get any sort of modality of therapy that works for them. He's a big fan of CBT because it does have the most data backing it and the most peer-reviewed studies that, you know, like it actually has been tested. Yes, these help you, you know, see the world more as it actually is without the cognitive distortions that we all kind of suffer from. But yeah, him being lumped in with Tate is a huge disservice. I think anybody being lumped in with Tate is a huge disservice to them.
So then when I see this tweet, back to that tweet that appears in varying shades, whether accurate or not, aggressive, coming from, you know, if a lot of people, not just me, are coming from this background of, well, we saw what you did to Peterson. Where was I going with this? I don't know where I'm going with it.
That's part of the thing that happens when you try to make a space for me.
Yeah, I suppose that experience filters my interpretation of the tweet. Is what I'm saying.
And I get it's Twitter, like in itself, that we all kind of interpret them the way that we want to. I don't see the aggression in it, but I can definitely see how you could interpret the aggression in that. I'm seeing it as more of a straightforward thing. Like, you guys say this, but, you know, I don't see any action towards this. It's still very stigmatized. There's no actual safe spaces for men to go do this. I don't necessarily disagree with what she's saying. I don't like the way that she's saying it, but I can see what you're saying about aggressiveness. I don't read that in there, kind of like Charles was saying. But, hey, Charles, you haven't weighed in on this very lovely question from Stug. You know, you got any thoughts on men's mental health overall, better or worse than it was, say, 50 years ago?
I don't. Oh, right. I think it's better, but I don't think that's saying much at all. I think it was maybe an F- 50 years ago, and now we're at a D-.
Hey, it's an improvement.
Still failing.
C's earned degrees,
incrementalism, man. Baby steps. Okay, so I get it. Tate is not the man, but I think a lot of men and a lot of people. So this video has been viewed millions of times. Granted, I cut it down extremely. But there's a lot of men getting this message from this guy, which is shitty.
And
this isn't
a lot of
focused just
people-
on Tate. I tried to grab some other male figures that I grabbed
why
Ben
are these
Shapiro as
people
well.
the male figure? I know why.
No,
It's
I
a
think
philosophical
it's-
question. I know why
it
they are
is-
the male figures, but for fuck's sake, really?
No, it is
Ugh.
important. It is important that these are part of the loudest voices that are in the discourse now. So
Yes.
whether or not we agree with them, I think it's pretty clear we are not manosphere people.
But
we're not red pill.
Listen,
don't know.
I-
Charles,
I
what are you
seen-
saying? Charles, did you get upset because I got tribal or what?
no, it's just I know what's coming up. Why would people listen to someone who, I don't know, at best, right now the guy on the screen is a relationship coach? How to fuck chicks. That's what this guy apparently is
Yeah.
doing.
So this was a
Why
couple
would
I
years
wish
ago.
he just
granted.
thought
Now,
that,
why
but
would
he
they,
teaches
guys?
much more.
But we're
Why
going
would
to
they?
go through other people that, like, I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure you have a clip from a film reviewer, which why the fuck would I listen to him about mental health?
Mhm.
Um,
Well, that's part of
Ben
the
Shapiro likes to
expansion.
talk on multiple topics.
That's part of the expansion of everybody can talk about everything nowadays.
That's the
Yes,
problem.
but the problem
that
is
is the problem. There's no experts. There's just
they-
I'm popular. Here's my opinion.
Yes,
Mhm.
and because they are popular, they carry more influence than the experts. That is what I don't like.
Mhm.
Like instead of going to an expert within the relevant field who has all of the knowledge and necessary skill to back up their opinion, you go to someone who has likes, views, subscribers, and is loud. And that's bad, in my opinion. Also, I have seen personally a generation that Tate corrupted, and I've lost
Bob.
people because of that. So I know people personally whose lives were ruined because they listened to everything this guy said and unironically ate that shit up. So
Yeah, because there's some
not a fan.
vulnerability to that. Yeah. Let's continue with the and hi Bob. Let's continue
It's
with
not
the pearls. of
Therapy is
wisdom here.
sitting and crying and complaining. Talk is not action. A fucking chit chat isn't action. Is it, G? No. G knows. Action is
action?
doing something.
That was
If
petty.
you feel depressed, G, you're going to spill fucking coffee.
He's taking an action towards his dog, though.
Jesus!
That's about as
Whoa.
You go to the gym.
Whoa!
You do something.
Right on the line there.
You don't sit and cry about it.
Listen, I mean, that's a pit bull. That pit bull's like, sir, like you touch a pit bull, they don't feel shit, bro. But you just don't. It doesn't look nice. It's not a good look.
Yeah, but clearly, as
No.
Andrew Tate is saying, and some of what
Oh, and
he
this damn
says
video's
fundamentally
edited too. Take
isn't.
it out.
Some of what
Yeah.
he says fundamentally
wanted
isn't
it.
wrong.
Mm.
For
Show
some
his
people,
dominance.
action is needed to process their problems, not idly sitting by and talking. So what he says is correct for some people. Again, I'm trying to
Again.
shift through the mound of shit to get to the potential diamond ingots at the bottom of the pile here with Andrew Tate.
Well, and
But
he's
he's
talking about
talking
one
to
modality of talk therapy. Like it's basically psychoanalysis. Like, and how does that make you feel?
That,
There's so many
that's-
others out
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
He's trying to
Um,
talk to people and tell them not to embrace people talking. So
Mm,
he's talking
but
about action.
he's-
What are you just going to masturbate every single person you come across and show them that's how they get off?
He would advocate for that. He would advocate that you should be able to bust a nut on the face of every woman you meet because you should have the power and the wealth to do that. So
The hypocrisy in telling someone that action is the thing, but doing so via talking.
I know.
Talking
It's-
is not an action, apparently. Talking is not an action, but we are so complex.
Only if it's
Yeah,
therapy,
not-
then it's not a, then it's
Yeah.
then it's in action. But if it's him talking and him doing the therapy for you and selling you a bunch of products while he's doing, then it's totally action and the right thing to do. Of course.
And Charles, you could argue
Oh!
that he has shown you in the octagon. Oh my God, J-Max, sir.
Another
Wow.
money printing session has begun. Everyone brace yourself.
Gray, you can take it.
Yeah, sure. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that anyone can talk in anything. I'm not an expert in many of the things I talk about. I try to make that clear. I'd like to think I offer something. We all have experiences that we may be worthwhile, and even experts have biases. For sure.
agree.
I think
Mhm.
everybody has a bias. That would just be lying to say that you don't. But yeah, I think experience is a huge thing. But yeah, I don't know. You just want to be careful that you're not in the anecdote territory.
Well,
I merely said that
thanks
that
so
is
much,
correct,
Jay.
by the way. I
And
merely
thank you for that.
said that
Really
yes, thank you so
Fondness
much, J-Mac.
reciprocated.
Mhm.
But you are the man, J Mac. Just what the hell, man?
Jesus
You
Christ.
could have just normal chatted us, but
Yeah.
damn.
No,
Thank
he
you.
has to. This is his mode of communication. He can't do it any other way now. It's tradition.
Action.
It's true.
It's
I'm seeing
action,
a lot
not
more
words.
action
Don't you
here.
understand? The fact that I donated made it an action. I'm not yapping around. It's not therapy. I'm doing an action. Okay.
Yeah, it's very low definition discussion, this man. But in terms of the pit bull, yeah, push a pit bull, you have to push them, but it just did not look. And also, as Grace said, why even put that in the video? Like, it's edited, so
I guess
Because
it's the
it's a
dominance
stunt.
thing, because it is showing him as the top G or
Yes,
whatever
yeah.
he
which
calls himself.
appropriately, that's what humans do.
Oh, I feel depressed. Let's go sit and have a talk. Therapists don't want you to get better. Therapists want little pie.
That
Okay, stop.
It's a bit of corn.
Pause.
It's a bit of the corn in the shit.
No, hold on. Let me. Okay, I've encountered this argument so many times. People who are saying, "Why would I? Go to the gym? Because the gym subscription runs out if I just better myself." Obviously, they don't want me to get ripped. Why would I drink water? Don't you understand that it is in the interest of the water providers that I'm always thirsty, so that I always have to drink their water? Why would I ever buy a car? It's obviously going to break down because the car companies otherwise wouldn't have been able to sell, car parts to me. And then now we get to a more serious point where it actually hurts people when this one is perpetuated, which is, why would anyone try to find a cure for cancer when you can get so much money out of people who have had cancer? This simple logical loop has to be diffused properly. It has to be addressed in a normal sense. You can't just label everything with this loop, because otherwise I could just say to you, Andrew Tate, why would I listen to anything you have to say? Because if I really bettered my life, I would never have to watch your videos again, and I wouldn't have to buy your course. Therefore, you are all, obviously, this is a fallacious way of thinking. I'm not saying that this is never possible, that people don't want you to get better and want you to get hooked on things, but you can't just assume that is because that's what it is, and that's the case because that's the case.
But you don't understand. Tate said it at the beginning of this. He's infallible, and he's saying that it's not in a therapist business model for you to
that's why
be
he's in house arrest for like the 13th billionth time. Obviously.
Well, I was going to ask Charles, but he just took off. But I've completed therapy. Like, I'm currently not in therapy or anything like that. The guy that I was talking to, he's like, I think you're in a good spot. What do you think? Would you be okay to stop therapy? I think it is in a lot of people's, therapy models to actually end it. There is a goal in there. But fair enough. I guess you could be super, I guess unethical in the way that you approach it and just let the person talk forever and just keep asking them, how does that make you feel? I don't think that would be super effective. But again, I feel like he's just talking about one modality of therapy.
Because that's in his interest. That's within the interest of the straw man. In order for him to sell his message, he obviously needs to characterize all therapy as super inefficient, for whiny crybabies, done by people who want to exploit you. He's obviously building up the enemy image of, look, these people want to hurt you. You have a problem. I'm the only one who can help you. They don't want to help you. They are bad. Like, he is building the propaganda image of the enemy. It's very... It's very I don't even know. It's a masterclass in propaganda, because for simple people, that's all that is needed. And most of humanity are simple people. And you too can be a simple person without realizing it. Even if you're very smart and think you can't be fooled, you can, and you will be, precisely because you think you can't be fooled.
Go to cobratate.com and change your life.
I'm not sure if it's still a thing, but yeah.
But
But he's not done yet. He has more to say.
Piles of goo they can poke at, little weak individuals they can just poke at and ask stupid questions to. We're going to pay an hourly rate forever. It's not in their business model to improve your life. It doesn't make any sense. They just want to sit there and let you just talk shit as long as it takes. Therapy was so necessary, it would have been necessary forever. The fact that it wasn't necessary before and is now necessary means it's new think, new age, and you've been conditioned to believe that you need it. People survived without it for a very, very long time. Therapy is not
Pause.
necessary.
I want to address this. Why would you ever want to get an indoor toilet or running water? You think
soap.
that the ancient Greeks,
nature would have provided
the people
soap.
who invented democracy, had indoor running? Okay, some of them had, but those were like the select few. For fuck's sake, don't you understand? The top G's back in the day, we was hunting the mammoths, okay? We were we massacred all of the megafauna. We were rulers of the earth. We were the ultimate red pill chads. We fucked all the 8 wives at 26 years old, and then because of a random fucking scratch on your leg, and killed all of the big boys that roamed the planet, including the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers. Why would you need a house, okay? Don't you understand? They are trying to control you. Why would you need water? Become a Giga Chat. Go primal, okay? I just can't with this, man. It's such a basic logical problem.
I guess he does want to return to monkey. It is weird. Like Mao also had weird, the Great Leap Forward. It's weird. They, supposedly they were leaping forward in a bunch of areas, but one of Mao's like main sayings is like, yeah, but the tiger doesn't do that. And it was in reference to like, hey, you don't bathe a lot. Like, you should bathe more. You don't brush your teeth. They're becoming quite green. He'd say, yeah, but the tiger doesn't brush his teeth.
Okay, yeah. Also,
I would like to seems like a fallacy.
That Andrew Tate is hyper-religious now. And I would like to point out that one of the reasons that religions were so successful is because prayer is a form of therapy.
Yes, right. It's a form of meditation. It's
and for some people, actually, that's what does it. For some people, journaling to, I don't know, Rome or Mecca or whatever you believe in, or meditating where the Buddha was enlightened is what helps them. For some people, good for them. But I would just like to point out again that Andrew Tate is one of those people who very conveniently changes everything and his non-existent spine. He just takes out his spine and puts a brand new implant when it's convenient.
True.
Is truly that competitive, you do not have time to be depressed because it's a non-competitive mind state, and you need to build a mindset that allows you to be ultra competitive. And if you want to sit there and say, no, I want a non-competitive mindset, then fine. You know what you call people who do not win competitions? Losers. Correct. Captain.
Okay, pause. This is one of those people who is like, you have to compete. You understand? You have to compete every moment of your life. You're not allowed to have fun ever. Everything needs to be about work. Everything you need to compete. And that's it. Like, he is all about the let's hunt the saber-toothed tiger mentality. And again, you can do that, but I guess sell off your property, house, go grab a stick and get out there and, live your primal life if you want that so badly. But don't take all of the perks for modern society for granted. But he's using modern society and modern technology to spread this message, which is like the ultimate irony.
You're just upset because you got to change your name now, Hydra. Now you're going to be loser Hydra because,
winners are we already came up with pressed Hydra with a very cute avatar. So obviously I'm going to steal that one.
No, it is that's beautiful. The way that it's like if people did have the views that he is talking about, we would still be monkey. So, yes. You can't have it both ways. You can't have your cyber chicks creating revenue for you with their titties online and return to monkey.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, it's the polar opposite. He is selling a service that's giving him the revenue. Like he's literally engaging in the service model that he just shat on.
God, I hate him.
Well, we're done with the Tate clips now. There's a bunch of other ones that I could have grabbed. There's a ton of Manosphere ones. I figured he would kind of speak for the entire Manosphere. It all seems to be very much against therapy. But there's a bigger name that also, is a little bit against therapy, it seems like.
Okay, before we continue, I would like to quickly point out that this shot looks like something out of a Cold War movie.
Really?
Kind of is. I think this is Civil War. So it is Avengers. It is a clip from the movie.
This is
it's Captain America in therapy, man.
Yeah.
Captain America in therapy.
No, really.
Yeah.
After the snap.
So, I mean, yeah, I think they were going for an aesthetic. They definitely went green for this film.
Yeah, I like the shot, the camera angle, the flags, the whole thing. It's just, I like it. It's just there is just some art in
Rounded
there.
on.
So this next guy, he's not known as much for his media critiquing, more so his rapping. But I don't know. I think this message also gets put out there to the youth. I feel like I've seen this quite a bit as far as male values go.
Here we go.
America immediately turns into like a soy boy. Like by the time we get to Avengers Endgame, he's attending like therapy sessions, right?
Total beta energy.
Now, I didn't edit that. That is what they edited in, that like total beta energy. And he's a soy boy for going to therapy after all the extreme traumatic PTSD-inducing events
for like
that
10
he went
times.
through.
Yeah, I know.
And everybody that he knew being dead. Like,
Yes.
and the woman he loves. Like, I don't know.
How dare he
MSK.
attempt therapy after going through fucking hell again and again and again and seeing the world destroyed around him? You know, how dare he attempt this controversial, hyper unrealistic, unmasculine, pathetic attempt of sitting down and talking with people? You know, maybe that's what he needs. Again, everyone's different. Maybe Captain America is the kind who needs to talk to people about it. And I wouldn't blame him for trying it when it's Captain America, you know, kind of. He needs to process some things. Let's just say that.
See, it's funny. I think that scene is tremendously important for that movie because he's not just a physical superhero. He's able to help
agree.
people with their
He's
emotions.
actually leading. So
1,000%.
Fucking moron.
Well,
But
he's
to
more
be
known
fair-
for his rap career than film critiquing.
Exactly.
And they RGP saying that too. Yeah.
So then I grabbed this other clip. So granted, this is a much smaller YouTuber, but this is the Master Schwag King himself.
Oh,
so
I noticed. I recognize this. Sorry.
So
I know the guy on the bottom left.
Oh, he's an
familiar
ass.
face.
I hate that guy. But yeah, MSK. So I'm not doing this just to point him out, but I've heard very similar things to this. And man, this is what I think she's talking about in the tweet. And yeah, tell me if you disagree.
When it comes to therapy, if you really need to talk to somebody, I'm not saying don't. Like, if you're in the army and some shit happened to you, or like PTSD, animal attack, things like that, maybe you got shot, like something like that. You know, people want like therapy for everything. It's like, life's gonna suck. It's gonna be bad. You know, you're gonna just suck it up and deal with it sometimes. That's just what it is. We're gonna go to your therapist and say, hey, I'm sad because I stubbed my toe. Like,
Okay, so it's again, it seems like he is about like it's overgeneralized. People try to use it for everything and for very casual things that shouldn't be. I guess that's his argument in TLDR format.
But yeah,
Yes, but like, okay, so it's perpetuating that if you need help, you're weak. You know, still, yes, if you've gone to war, you've had PTSD, yeah, that's horrible. You probably need help. But keep in mind, the worst thing that's ever happened to you is still the worst thing that's ever happened to you. Like, just because you haven't been to war doesn't mean you haven't had some traumatic
he
event that
seems
deeply
to
affected you.
draw the arbitrary line of like therapy is okay if you have the really traumatic experiences like the ones I'm specifically describing. But if you didn't have those, you know, then you couldn't have had experiences comparable to that in trauma, and you couldn't possibly even try to look at therapy as a, again, to me personally, it's just maybe that's what helped these people. You don't know in advance and you can't know until you try, because some people have serious problems, yes, even though they have radically different life paths, and not everyone went to war who has serious trauma. It can be caused by other things. Maybe growing up in a hateful, toxic environment for 18 years could be a problem. But yeah, it's you just let them search for the answer, for the things that help them. Let them find their guiding North Star. Maybe it's a passion project. Maybe it's going out there with friends. Maybe it's I don't think you should arbitrarily lock off as like, you know, but it can't possibly be therapy that the one thing you help you. Yes, it is overused and it is overly recommended to everyone, but people should be allowed to try it out if they wish.
And I don't know. I guess I just feel that this is kind of the gatekeeping of like, you know, you don't need this. Like, if you're a real man, you could just suck it up and suffer in silence. You know, that kind of works for a while, but I think a lot of people who have actually gone and sought therapy, they were saying like, yeah, I was holding it together. And from the outside, like you couldn't tell how bad it was. But I don't know. I hope MSK is able to I hope he has an outlet where he could actually express some of the things that he's keeping bottled up or pressed down, because I don't know that that's necessarily healthy. I don't know. I guess he's saying like, if you need to talk to someone, that's okay. But then him saying like, you can't talk to somebody if you stub your toe. Like, I don't know. I've had a bunch of stupid things that came up in therapy where it's like, I remember I had a session about a burned bag of popcorn. It was kind of a shitty, really embarrassing situation, but I totally forgot that I was cooking popcorn at work, and it like basically caught fire inside the microwave, and it required like an entire floor to be evacuated. It's a pretty stupid thing, like stubbing your toe. Like, yeah, okay, I burned some fucking popcorn, but it really made me feel like shit. Like I basically had an entire floor of a building like abandoned because the alarms were going off and shit. I don't know.
That's tough. I think he's kind of look. It is a I think it's just an example. That's why you've put it in here. It's not to target him, but it's just an example of how some people can view therapy as, oh, okay, it has to be a certain kind of bad. You're actually weak. You're acting as if you are. You're not allowed to have a space unless it's really severe. There's not. You're just complaining about normal life, and you're complaining about things that aren't real if you have therapy and you don't have PTSD and you haven't gone to war.
Due to the stigma in society, if say you don't know how you're handling the stubbing of your toe and you just bottle up that emotion, you're adding to something else that you experience in the future that perhaps if you had dealt with the stubbed toe, the thing that you handle later on won't be as bad, but you're just compounding issues by bottling this shit up and not talking to someone when perhaps
only women have toes, men have feet. Suck it up. Let's go.
Don't bottle, channel. That's quite a nice thing. But Joe, let's finish this. Yeah.
Okay, I do have one kind of alternate to this. So this is, I guess, my surrogate father figure, if you will. I've gotten most of my life advice from this dude via the radio, but I thought, I think it's Dad Saves America is the guy who had this clip. But yeah, I think it said very eloquently.
Men, we hate asking for directions. Of course, we're going to hate asking for therapy. You have triplets, which was an incredible experience. And 1 year in, one of them had an arachnoid cyst that needed neurosurgery, a brain surgery. My anxiety went crazy. I was a workaholic, I had all this stuff. And I had my pre-existing mood stuff and my other generalized anxiety disorder. I was a mess. But I was succeeding at everything, but by through sheer grit. And my wife called me at work, because of course I was never home. And she goes, you need to see a therapist. And I was like, yeah, I've been working at the psych hospital for 8 years. Of course, I want to see a therapist. I've been thinking about that forever. I want to. She went, no. Right now. Right now. I'm serious. I put the phone down. I called a friend. I said, I need a referral right now. And that's when I went. I was in denial about the effect I was having on everybody because I was so high fun.
I think that's I was definitely in denial about how it was affecting my wife. I think he was in denial about how it was affecting his wife, his kids, everything like that. I think that's what the lady was trying to say in her tweet.
No.
The women in our lives.
Very important factor that the lady didn't mention at all. The reason why I believe this is so different is because exactly this man clearly spent constantly all of his time working. Essentially the Andrew Tate recommended lifestyle of like compete, high function, go on. And he had not only no time for himself, for his family, for his wife, for his fucking triplets apparently. He didn't even have time by necessity, not only for himself to hang out, calm down, but for his mind to really process emotions and figure out what is happening, which is why probably he didn't even feel at all that stuff was fucked up. And someone else literally had to yank him verbally out of the situation. Like, no, you have an issue. Because, and the woman at all in the tweet didn't even fucking mention this at all. That is my problem. That is why I'm not giving her the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
The social
there's definitely
factor.
ways to interpret that, but I'm seeing as affects the people in your life in this particular way. I know I did it with the people in my life. Anybody who is telling me like you need
but I
help,
don't
it's
like
hard to
universal
see
broad
that
brush.
there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Like it feels like you're in a hole,
That
man. Like
can
you can
happen.
see no light whatsoever, but you also don't want to like acknowledge it. I think Charles was kind of confirming that like people in his life also were kind of urging you to. Were you also not treating the people in your life necessarily the best, or did they not enjoy being around you when you were kind of at your worst before you didn't get any sort of treatment? So I think that's what Drew was getting at, and that's what I was getting at, and that's what I read in her tweet, but I could be wrong.
Well, my father committed suicide, and it caused issues with my previous wife. And I decided to. She asked if we could see a marriage counselor, which I agreed to. I think my wife understood what marriage counseling is, and shortly thereafter, she wanted a divorce because she didn't want to hear things that she might be not helping with in the equation. And I kind of adopted the. I wanted to fix whatever the fuck was going on with me, and I guess being single was part of that issue. But ever since then, yeah, because both my father and my mother, like, I have fucked up genes. Just 100% of my gene pool is got mental health issues, and I have neurological disorders from my father's side. So, you know, it's once you get past the social stigma that you're this cuck bitch for trying to fix yourself, it's fine. You don't have to go to therapy every single time. It does end, but at the same time, if they're good enough, they'll give you the tools on how to work on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know I was definitely hurting anyone around me. I feel like I definitely sucked the air out of the room. It was just like being in, I don't know. I was not pleasant to be around.
I'm a bit more of an isolationist, Gray. I have when I get really bad, I have agoraphobia, and I'll lock myself in a room. So I kind of isolate myself from everything. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah, that is another instinct that happens, is you isolate. Sorry, Dorcas, what did you say?
Oh, I was just going to say I'm similar in that I isolate as well.
Introvert club, go.
No, but even isolating when you are in the context of a relationship is not that becomes damaging. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, started coughing and I didn't mute the mic at the right time. Yeah, so I think what Drew was getting at least what I had was like, even when I was actually there, I wasn't there mentally. Like I was there in another place. Like it really sucks, but I wasn't present. And I don't know. I feel so bad that my wife had to put up with it for so long. I do feel like I did her a great disservice, but I don't know. I don't know how I would possibly like change that or anything. I'm really glad that, she stuck with me, but I was not willing to hear that, like I needed help, and I was not willing to see that on my own. I don't know. It was just oftentimes there has to be something that kind of pushes you towards it, because there is kind of this, I'm not weak. I'm not going to admit that I have failed in this area or I am deficient in some way. And, it sucks. I wish that stigma wasn't there. I wish people were more willing to go seek help for mental issues. I'm glad to hear that it's not like that around you, Hydra. Like, that is really awesome. I wish where I was at was a little bit more progressive in that way.
Great. What I'd like to also ask...
I'm not exactly in a progressive place at all when I'm really mental.
No, but in that way.
That
way seems progressive.
People around here try, well, at least the ones that I can see. Obviously, I limited cone of vision in this place where I am, but from what I can see from my personal experience, they do try, especially in a community, to help each other and whatever the problem may be. But the system we live under is not democratic at all, and is very much against communities trying to do anything on their own, even if it is to help each other. And for that reason, in and of itself, it will be shut down. Doesn't matter if it's like men trying to create a safe space, or even I don't know, fucking women wanting to have a place to have their children go for walks. It's from the fundamental perspective of the government wanting to crack down on independent, just problem solving as hard as possible, so they can have all the power.
The state is all.
Because I'm in a very undemocratic place and a very, very, very not nice place to live. This is not gonna happen. Even when it's just, I don't want to go into it. Lots of people, entities, private people, communities tried all sorts of different things to solve problems independently. In 95% of the cases, it turned out horribly, and it is specifically because of the government doesn't want it to turn out well. Yeah.
I just wanted to, with Gray, just another thing is that people, you're saying, oh well, your wife was trying to get you to get help, and you were resisting it. And earlier on, so I think it was what someone else was saying, oh, you were told the right way, but it is definitely a kind of thing that it's up to you to make that decision, and you just needed a certain kind of perspective that made you. It's like quitting smoking. You can something that is so physically like, listen guys, smoking not good for you, quit. And everybody will, if it was that easy, then telling someone to go to therapy or to get help would be just that quick and easy. You have to be in the right place for this certain thing to happen. You're not,
for sure.
Like factors all have to come together for it.
And it's a ton of chemistry too. So you have to be in the right place, but you also have to have the right person. Then you have to have the right modality. Like it really sucks. But I know, like somebody tried cognitive behavioral therapy on me in the past, and I just was not ready to do anything like that. Like I just heard it as like the power of positive thinking. And it's like, oh, fuck that. Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and be like, yes, everything's great. Like it's not. Like I'm going to point out what sucks. And that was probably detrimental to me. I definitely closed myself off to that. I just was not ready. But man, once you are in the right place, it's kind of that, the adage, you can lead a horse to water. Like you really do have to be ready to do that drinking yourself. And maybe that's the worst analogy ever, because maybe drinking isn't the right thing. But Boosh is saying the deviled eggs are done. I am so jealous. Deviled eggs are amazing. I am so jealous.
Woo. But another thing is just, this guy, he was in the right. Suddenly, this phone call from his wife that worked. That might not work for someone else. That would be like,
no.
He was just in the right spot that this worked. Okay, somebody sharing their experience like that doesn't mean that that's the only way that it can be done. It's just he was in the right place. All the factors came together. She provided this thing, and boom, everything happened. He could have just as easily just, nah, not today.
How many folks? What do you think the ratio is? Percentage of folks who go to therapy because, say, their child has a neurological issue or PTSD or something, versus percentage of people who go to therapy because they stubbed their toe?
I would have to think it's very low that you would just go for the minor issue, but I don't know. Just the way that MSK was kind of bringing it up, it seemed to be like it was gatekeeping. That if you have a problem as stupid as that, you don't need to talk to anyone about it. Where I think, if you're in therapy, like maybe the way that you deal with problems like that, like Charles was saying, is actually an issue. And perhaps they can help you see that, because maybe you are making a mountain out of a molehill with that. Or, maybe you are doing something functionally stupid, like putting stuff in the way where you're going to stub your toe on it every day. Perhaps you should examine why you feel like punishing yourself in that way.
Or
obviously, go on.
If you're a soccer player, stubbing your toe might be very important.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah.
Might be part of your training.
might be something that ruins your whole life, actually. So.
But we're almost done with this thing. I think he's just going to say what happened after he kind of went there. But I'll let Dr. Drew finish this up.
functioning. Not so much when I got home. If I ever got home, I'd struggle to get home at 10 o'clock at night. And she thought maybe that wasn't such a smart thing too, with a bunch of kids at home. I had very intensive, emotionally focused therapy, and it was the greatest thing I ever did. And it built an emotional landscape that allowed me to be present for other people in ways that was just so rewarding and so effective.
Yeah. So I don't know. That guy definitely taught me more life lessons than my actual father. So he is my surrogate daddy.
Yeah, because turns out both of you have the way which you process bad things and acquire therapeutic experiences is exactly the same or very much similar, which is specifically the talking thing. He wouldn't have been as helpful for someone like Lucifer, who likes to go out and hike and do stuff, outdoor activities.
If he's in the wrong emotional state to going out and doing all the things, might not. It still doesn't matter how much you walk outside and touch grass. You're still dying inside.
Yeah, because it's like, how people have different memory types. Some people can memorize best listening to something. Some people visually need to see it.
For sure.
Others need to memorize it with the movements or whatever. Like it's like that. There are different types that best work for people, basically.
There is actually hiking therapy where you're basically doing it, but you're out in nature and you're literally hiking at the same time.
Yeah.
The notes might be a little rough on that one, but so I do have all those slides. Let me, I guess, thank you. So we didn't go much beyond this, but there's all of the types of replies that you could think of. So we've gone over kind of the ideas of, okay, that will have to wait because JMac is amazing. So let me go to dollars.
Oh, again, we were bombed with cash. And don't base yourself.
So the amazing JMac for $20 says the therapist conducting your therapy is incredibly important as well. Also, psychology being a soft science leaves room for many experts that inject their personal or even political biases completely. And that's why it really is like a chemistry thing. Like, not only do you have to find like the right modality of therapy or kind of therapy that's going to work for you. Like, Hydra was just mentioning, like, maybe Lord Cameron has to be hiking or whatever. That's awesome.
Lucifer,
like there are actual sorry, Lucifer, excuse me. I knew it was the L, and for some reason the second it left my mouth, I was like, that's not right. I apologize. But yeah, as you mentioned, like Lucifer might need to be hiking. Hell yeah. There are ways that they have tried to come up with things for that. And JMac is completely right. It is a soft science. There's very little of it that can be testable and repeatable, but there is one modality that has been tested and repeated way more than any other, and that is cognitive behavioral therapy. Again, I guess I'm in the pocket of big CBT, but yeah, it really worked for me. It just helped me see a lot of these cognitive distortions that a lot of us use, and then you can kind of spot it in others when they're doing it. A lot of it is, the most common ones are like filtering and then black and white thinking, but there's a ton of them. So yeah, it's just really helped me. But that one does have a little bit of science behind it. But you're right, you need to find the right person with doing the right type of therapy for you, and then it has to be at the right time for you to actually, want to drink. But massage therapy also works. Boosh points out, maybe that is all you need, and that is, again, kind of a form of meditation or relaxation and possibly rumination. And yeah, that might be enough for someone. Hell yeah, I need more.
Cut out sugar.
That would be great. For sure, always a good thing. But yeah, I think we've gone over most of these. But Vale answered, they're the first people not to care about their own mental health, even if it's putting their loved ones at risk. They're the first not to care at all. Send them to therapy, and they'll tell you that weed or the gym is their therapy. And then Denisha did a bunch of crying emojis, and then somebody does come in and say our safe place is the gym. I think the gym is an awesome place.
Like, yeah,
I love going there, but I don't feel like I could just go like, hey, bro, let me tell you about my feelings.
For some people,
it's not
for you,
that
that's
place.
For you, obviously, it's the telling of the feelings that's an important part. But for others, that's not the important part. For some people, that's
even more important part comes from Lucifer the Doberman for $10 Canadian. Thank you guys, including chat, for all your therapy for me. The last 9 months have been insanely hard to deal with, but you guys have always been there while I go to group. Love you all. That is awesome,
Aw.
Lucifer. That's
Thanks,
amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly amazing that we're on like episode 71 of this. It's pretty awesome. It's a fun group. I did not expect this, and then the addition of everyone in chat is just like so amazing. This is a really fun group.
Lots of love for you, Lucifer.
Statement of appreciation.
And just well done. Just keep going, keeping on. Just everybody. Look, guys, we're all alive, and that's fucking awesome. Isn't that amazing? We're
What are
winning.
the chances of that?
Like I
Do you have any idea how rare the chances of specifically you being born?
Exactly. Yeah. But looking at, what we another thing, I was actually supposed to do this in the intro, is just remember we are locking on to a specific part of the human experience in this thinkers, right? Where I think it's important to understand that even when we look at things like this, that's the way the world is to some individuals, and we are looking at all different ways of seeing the world. But I think, this group wants to look at things positively as much as possible at the end of the day, and navigate it. So just, it's been it's a tough subject we're tackling, and I really appreciate that everyone has been on their best behavior as well. Let's get into
let's read
replies.
some horrible responses.
Yeah, let's read some
So
cringe and negativity. Let's go.
So Ains points out our safe space is the gym. Goddess Black Diamond responds, the gym doesn't unpack all the trauma you've harbored since childhood.
Can't
And
argue
then
with that.
Okay,
the
that's for
blockchain
some
robber
people.
baron.
Okay, personal, you have to keep in mind these people all think that they have the one answer because of their specific circumstances, and what does it for them. I hate to watch that, by the way.
So it sucks because I understand part of what they're saying. I think they're all looking at it kind of myopically, like the people who are saying gym is the only answer, like maybe it is for them, and I hope that works for them, and I hope they're truly experiencing that. I hope they're not lying to themselves.
Yeah.
But I think for everyone else, it's just an element of it. Like there is something that you need to get your body right, but you also need to get your mind right. And if you can't do that on your own, I don't think that's a sign of weakness. Where I unfortunately in a lot of these spaces. So the next guy says, agree to disagree, lady. We also have campsites, trails, rivers, lakes, gun ranges, golf courses, and bars. I'm not sure that everybody is considering those like a safe space. Like I had a bunch of friends that I go camping with. We talk about a lot of shit, but it's usually not our feelings. Same thing with when we're on trails, when we're on rivers. At the gun range, I've never told a dude about my depression. I have been asked, like, do you suffer from depression, while I'm like, signing the waiver to like look at guns or buy ammo or something. Golf courses, never talked about my feelings on there. And then bars, I have heard way too much about people's feelings. So I will definitely give them that. Some people do treat the bar like a safe space and just overshare. But usually that's after over consuming.
Yeah.
But I think they missed the part about the safe space, not just space. Sorry for talking over you a million times. I will shut up now.
Isn't there a trope of bartenders being therapists?
Yeah, there is. And for good reason. For some people, the definition of safe space is different. For some people, safe space is only possible if they are like locked inside the most difficult to breach vault ever inside their own home or whatever. And for some people, safe space is being surrounded by people they are amiable to and doing an activity they feel comfortable doing. So, and then there are also people who just don't even need the space and just want to do the activity, which makes them process the thing. So yeah,
that they literally are that easy. That their configuration is you input activity and their
people come in a wild variety of spectrums. And when I mean wild, I mean some of them are really fucking wild. So yeah.
But now I want to ask this question at the bottom here about this obsession with feelings is a female trait. We don't need to act and think like women to be healthy.
Okay, so this is.
So if you need to talk to a therapist, you're
no,
a
this
woman
is
now? or you're
I
not manly.
understand where they got the idea from, but it's an over-exaggeration of
Mhm.
very, very, very generally speaking, women tend to be better in social stuff with other people, animals, creatures, etc., and men tend to be more attracted to or interested in things or working on stuff, etc. This is for evolutionary reasons, but
Yes.
taking that and exaggerating it to this statement is a little bit. Yeah, I understand why people would have problems with that.
Yeah, that's a stupid statement. Sorry, it's absolutely stupid.
I think so, but like kind of a lot of this is misunderstanding and people kind of latching onto one thing in a statement, which kind of leads us to the next one. So this Carl is saying, I wonder what your life would be like if you stopped blaming men for everything, which you could read that tweet as kind of blaming men at the end, if you want to interpret the last two lines of that.
Her Twitter career is blaming men, so probably
fair enough. I know nothing about her career. I just knew this tweet, and that's why I think I even said it in the initial chat. Like, I vouch for nothing that she stands for, but I don't disagree with some of what she's saying. But she responds directly to Carl and says, please let go of your victim mentality and irrational hysterics. Asking men to be accountable for themselves is not blaming them.
Wait a moment. She literally made
she's
it
not
about
seeing it
women
as
being victims of this. That is victim mentality, if anything. She literally talked about how women become the victims of this man's thing that men are at fault. Like, this is two people playing ping pong with a ball, and the ball has victim mentality written
What's
on
that, Charles? It's
that is a shitload of
It's a bunch of
Charles's
men.
face as stickers.
It's a bunch of
See, he can speak for a bag full of men.
out there for them.
Okay.
So I think she's interpreting her tweet, or I think she's trying to explain that she wasn't seeing it as men are to blame for all women thing, but people trying to get men to get help are. So I think that backs up my interpretation of it, but I could be wrong. And then that last line being that last line being people attacking her for saying this, meaning the previous tweet. But I think this guy, Carl, definitely didn't take it that way. And then this XRPJ definitely did not take it that way. So after her thing is just saying asking men to take accountability for themselves is not blaming them for anything, he responds, one delusional ass bitch right here, laugh crying emojis, severely damaging the women in their lives who try to care for them, which again, I think my interpretation of that wouldn't be that, you know, they're just attacking women out there, but like generally it's somebody trying to push you to get help is the only thing that would get you to therapy because of
This
the
is
stigma.
the other end of the
maybe that's being too
spectrum
charitable.
right This is the
And
other
then
end
that
of
last
the
line,
hateful spectrum.
and attack women online for not doing the work for them. So there's more to that quote. It's as is pointed out in the responses to the tweet below, is I believe like the last line of her tweet. I think it's really taking that last line super out of context, even if I'm being too generous of that first one. So then he follows that up with, so in this situation, you're claiming women are the victims. You're a fucking clown with clown emoji.
I'm sorry, I just I can't
I know that
yes.
triggers me as well, even though I'm not native in English speaker.
It's
It's
like,
fucking
it rings in my head as
people will never learn it ever. This
Grace,
is the
Grace,
other end of the dripping with vile. I hate these people kind of. You know.
This is the conflict. I think it's important to look at these. We don't need to fight them. I think that it's just this is what was part of the. This is part of the flurry that was stirred up.
It is expected. She can't say like, "Oh, this is you are proving my point. You are engaging in whatever," because that is the equivalent of me saying, "I can predict my future. I will have to pay taxes and I will die one day." It's like you put out a high-heated, inflammatory, targeted post on the internet saying that people will be mad at you for it and say vile and evil shit is not a prediction. You are not being cruel, right? You are not a fucking wizard. It's inevitable, especially since it's Twitter. But yeah.
So but you seem to have men confused with people who are not male. That's quite a funny. I don't know if that is
and that's Clifton Duncan. He's this amazing actor with just like this amazing voice. So I can't help but read it in his voice, which is just awesome. So It's a
That's
funny
wild.
statement, though, but I don't know. Isn't that also kind of belittling it? That like, okay, so if you do need therapy, you're not male.
I think the way
I
I
thought you
see
could
it
choose
is
your
that
gender. Wait a second. Hold on.
sorry, but you seem to have men confused with people who are not male. That's got so many layers of insult on it because he
Yeah.
also doesn't use female. He's like people who are not male because he's speaking woke language.
He's playing the
That's-
game. He's playing
Yeah.
the word game. But yeah.
And then we've got other ones like Bromeister trying to establish a space for men, see how long it takes for women to demand entry.
Oh, true.
And then
that is true.
And then she
yeah.
points out like space for men and safe space for men are not the same thing.
But one
So
is necessary
that's why I
for the
think,
other
like,
in some cases. So, not
it
all.
just feels like she's talking about someplace that you could actually talk about like mental health and your feelings and stuff. And I can't name one. BMO mentioned like church, that there are
group,
church
yeah.
groups. I think many of those are essentially therapy sessions, but I don't know. You still have to have an orthodox belief or whatever. I mean, like otherwise you're going to confession essentially.
Yeah.
Like it's not exactly a safe space. Like, okay, you have gay feelings in certain I don't know, denominations, are you now confessing a sin? I don't think you're going to get the same type of advice as you'd get from, any other modality of therapy. I think it might be
It's
a bit
support,
niche.
though. It's support.
Mm,
So we could
It
be happier.
depends. As long as you're going with an orthodox thing, it would probably be support. I don't know.
Um,
I'm trying to think like Mormons would offer some sort of therapy to gay kids, but it would be, that's a sin. Like you can be gay, just never practice it. But yeah, you can be gay.
Mhm. Yeah,
Where
that
I don't know
wouldn't
if that's
work.
the
Sorry,
same as like going to therapy
I
for it.
didn't grasp onto the gay thing. Sorry, I was
Have you tried
thinking of
not being
like
gay?
just normal. Yeah, have you tried not being? Have you tried not being depressed? Whatever, it's something.
Yeah. That's
But
nice.
well, just another thing. Sorry, I completely spaced on the conversion therapy basically of that you could get at a church. No, not good.
Yeah,
Not
and
gonna help.
I'm not saying my
Um,
experiences are the same as yours. Like I've also been at Unitarian churches which allow anything. I don't know that it was like a real therapy session as much as like a hug session and those things. And then Quaker meaning like it essentially is kind of group therapy. Like you just sit in a circle and you kind of just say whatever comes to your mind in a weird way. It's kind of like group.
But then if you think about it in another way, if that is your modality of therapy and it helps you, that's good.
Yeah, for sure. And then
the point is
there are
is not
correct
that.
answers. Like
Yeah.
Shahid is saying in order for men to have a safe space, they must have a space first. And
Yeah, that's what I'm
maybe.
trying to. That's undeniable.
Not maybe, like in most cases.
That's undeniable. Yeah.
Very few.
Well,
like there
does
are
it
the
have
few
to be a
outlying
gendered
cases
space?
who don't need it.
Yes,
but
I would
still,
say
that's very
so.
few.
You could
Because
start.
I've been to group therapy and it seemed awesome and it wasn't gendered. Like
For some
like there
people,
were
it is.
For some
females
people
there.
that would work,
Yeah,
but for others,
there could be different tiers of
Mhm.
of quote unquote safe spaces or
Mhm.
mental specialty. Like you go somewhere, some group or whatever, where you're like, I feel weird, and
Mhm.
it's co-ed, but after the specialist talks to you, is like, hey, maybe you should speak, specifically to men problems, and then
Mhm.
there's a different group,
Yeah.
a different tier that you handle that. But
and that is allowed.
it's the problem is this pettifogging where it's just like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
well, now this is all right. Don't worry about the thing 4 steps from now on the theoretical issue. How about you talk about the issue, and then we can maybe worry about the shit when we're like halfway through the actual thing.
And there
No,
are
it's
pretty
not.
gendered safe
Charles, no,
spaces.
no.
But
Can you consider that by talking about the issue, how many likes I can get on Twitter?
Yeah, Twitter's brain cancer.
Conversion
wrong.
therapy is the most
although-
disgusting, stupid thing I've ever heard of.
This does speak briefly, or a little bit, to what I had mentioned briefly before this started. The idea of feminine solutions to masculine problems. The topic brings to mind how schools, I think nowadays, are generally geared toward teaching young girls rather than young boys. Men and women are different. So,
You'll get
topic,
there.
discuss, everyone.
No, we're not. We're gonna get there. I'm gonna put a pin
We're
in
gonna
that
get there?
one.
Okay.
Where am
Okay.
I
I think it
putting
might be coming up, but yeah, there. Hankus Bosifius says they want spaces for men, but a female therapist has to be in charge, and men must do exactly as she says.
For fuck's
That's not
sake.
my experience with therapy. Like, you can find the therapist for you. I
Yes,
had a
but
female
these
therapist that
people
was
would believe
amazing.
differently. I understand everyone here is very much willing to be understand the more moderate positions, hear each other out, be generous to those that claim to have the extreme positions, etc. But these people that we see on screen right now, a lot of them are not like that, and you have to keep
For
that in mind. Even you're trying to be very generous to them, find the nugget of truth within the pile of horseshit that they have spewed out onto the screen. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate it even more, the people that are willing to listen to this and are entertained by this and are here in the chat. Thank you guys so much. But come on, you have to keep in mind that some of these people are just not interested in having any gold nuggets at all. They just want the big shit pile as big as possible and as smelly as possible so that many flies gather.
Well, it kind of sucks because there are some gendered safe spaces, like even for men, and it would be an actual safe space where you could bring up anything. I know a lot of the anonymous groups, they do have gendered versions of it. You can go through that with not only like drugs, alcohol, but also like SA. A lot of the times, sexual addicts, they do have to kind of segregate that into sex. And that would be a safe space to talk about basically anything, but generally it has to refer to what that group is about. But I mean, like, there are some that do exist, but I just don't know that you'd be getting into the same feelings or the same vulnerability that you would, like, at any of the spaces that were previously mentioned as you would in an actual space like that. I think that's the difference that makes it like a safe space as opposed to like the bowling alley or whatever.
It depends on the people that you're there with. It's a great place for those things to happen at.
Yeah.
I think it was J-Mac was said that we used to have therapy with LAN parties were a thing where we washed our mental issues on blood clutch rockets. So I mean, look, it depends what you're doing in those places, but that's why I'm like, that is undeniable. In order to have a safe space for men, you must have a space first. That's absolutely, I'm sorry. Because getting back to what Dorcas said, we'll get even further into it, but men and women are different. And we actually have an influence on each other when we are in a group. When we are in groups, when we are in each other's company. There's dynamics that are different. And and I say in general, okay? So it might not work differently with, say, me or someone else.
Yeah, it will
In general.
for some people it will fuck up their safe space. And
yes,
again,
exactly.
That is Tanisha Carter, whatever her name is, Miss famous Twitter person, apologies, doesn't take into account, but it's just, no, you don't understand. Space for men and safe space for men are not the same thing. Imagine trying to run a domestic abuse shelter for women while men are constantly pounding on the door demanding entry. I don't think it would be comfortable for anyone there.
And if I may bring up the essay topic, super quickly, to harken back to what I was saying about how societally men simply aren't allowed to talk about their issues. There are vast swaths of women who don't believe that men can even be essayed. So how are we? So if you're going to blame men for not being able to talk about their issues, but just shut them down every time they try to deny that they're something that they would want to talk about even exists, of course you're going to get a lot of people responding to aggressive tweets.
Well, we're always going to be aggressive on Twitter. That's why, you know what, Hydra can stay away. I don't recommend Hydra comes to Twitter.
Yeah, that's I don't. The only social media I ever touch is like Discord and YouTube, and that's it. I remove myself purposefully from the others because I don't.
We're from the pre-safety internet, so it's kind of par for the course, I think. And then again, it's just It's just part of it. But yeah, why put yourself through it? If you don't want to be part of those discussions, don't be part of them. And that actually is another thing, another lesson you can learn about Twitter is you don't have to be part of these conversations. Actually, that's another thing. A way hack to enjoy Twitter. Don't have these conversations. Have better conversations.
Well,
have
don't worry.
Conversations. Make jokes.
YouTube is making a bunch of improvements where it makes it a lot more like Twitter.
Oh,
just
no,
wait.
and
This community thing is
yeah.
getting a huge push, and just wait until you get now I forget what they're calling it, but
Pause
it's not a
experiences.
like. Instead, you push this other thing for each
Oh,
creator. And
yeah,
then you only get 2 a week, but it will make their video go more viral.
Are we gonna
Yeah,
Reddit?
so
Reddit? It's like gold.
just wait.
Reddit gold. Okay,
Kind of. Yeah, it's kind of
We have to
a
copy
mixture
the
of
other
Reddit and
popular
Twitter.
thing. We can't do our own thing, guys. We have to follow the trends at any cost.
So
So
then
let's
the
get to
next
the Boy Scouts. Yeah.
responses were so what if we started an organization that taught men when they were kids how to act responsibly and be self-sufficient? They would learn from trials, tribulations, and triumph of their adult male counterparts. We could call it, say, the Boy Scouts. I don't know. So I'm not knocking the Boy Scouts at all. Like, there's a lot of lessons that you learn there, but I don't know that any of them were mental health. Like, I went through the Boy Scouts and I got really fucking depressed. So I don't know that it was a safe space for me to talk about my feelings or anything like that. But
sorry, continue, but I want to address
no, please. I would love to hear your thoughts, sir. I have spoken way more than you, sir.
Sorry. I suspect that tweet might be more that's discussing the topic of letting women into Boy Scouts, right? Because that was a big thing, and
Yes.
men's only spaces being invaded by women, which speaks to the critical drinker destiny interaction. Am I
Never heard
correct
from
in
Boy
thinking
Scouts
that?
ever again after that. I would just like to point that out. It fell off from my periphery immediately after that happened.
So I believe, yes, this is all. So Eric Myers was a response to this tweet. All of these are responses to her initial one, but yes, I think he's definitely alluding to the fact that the Boy Scouts were forced to take in girls, and that's what she responds to. So Denisha is saying, would have been perfect if they hadn't fallen into bankruptcy repeatedly and if they weren't flooded with sexual abuse claims. I'm aware of the angle you're taking is they were forced to let girls in, but the story is unfortunate, much bigger than that.
It's much bigger than that, but it's also they were forced to let girls in. You can't take that away. You can't have it both ways. You can't. So come back. That for me comes back to for there to be a safe space for men, there must be a place, a space for men. And I agree. I'm not saying that that those Boy Scouts should have been sufficient, right? It would have been better. It would have been. It would have addressed. But the Boy Scouts of the 2020s should be something that does address mental health, that is a positive space for boys and learning and things like that. So it is still definitely a valid argument. And
it's
I'm
definitely been dead since I've been in the Boy Scouts. But I don't know. As Rosales is kind of pointing out, Eric Myers essentially equals, if you learn from tough men how to not be sissies, you won't need therapy. That's
if that's
a lot
if
of
that's
what I'm
what
getting
he's saying,
from his
then no.
tweet. And I think it's still perpetuating that, like, yeah, but you wouldn't need mental health. And it's like,
No,
I
that's
don't know.
not. That's
I don't think it's so much about the Boy Scouts being therapy. It's just I would imagine it's more about having a space to learn practical skills, to learn how to interact with people around you, to be a self-sufficient adult, which are all necessary things in building a healthy emotionally healthy life. I don't think anyone's going to the Boy Scouts for therapy, but it's the fact that it was a space for men to learn these skills that men like, and then to be told that you're sexist and that you have to let women in. Yeah.
It's a resource.
For sure. If I had my
Don't take
druthers,
it away.
everyone would go through the Boy Scouts or the equivalent, like even Girl Scouts, or I forget what they call them, not brownies, but something in
brownies,
Canada. Is it that? Okay. It's
We had them in
awesome.
South Africa.
Yeah, like you learn a lot of really cool skills, and it looks like they are changing the Girl Scouts to be more life skills as well. Which hell yeah, like why not? I dig a lot of those skills from there, but I think again that's just looking at her messages saying that there aren't spaces for men as opposed to safe spaces. I still don't
But
know that that's the place that I could have talked to or should have talked to the leaders about, like, my feelings or, I mean, maybe it is a place. I think they are mandatory reporters. So, if you do mention something that's happening at home that shouldn't be, I think
yes.
they do have to report it. But you know what I mean? Like, that's not a safe space to like talk about that type of stuff. But perhaps I'm reading
Right.
into it wrong and giving
No,
them more shade.
I think you can't have it both ways. So
So there are other ones that they get into that go a little bit further. So Shadow Cringe Lord. So obviously, the shadowist of cringe lords. Men and women aren't the same. We literally just need like 1 or 2 people to confide our thoughts and or feelings in with a hobby. Most men are happy with that. Also, therapy fucking sucks as a man because it took me 10 years to find one that was able to help with my issues. That sounds like, is therapy that bad? They were able to help Shadow Cringe Lord with their issues. Did they not have 1 or 2 people that they could confide in and a hobby at the time? Like, I don't know. It seems like a contradictory message.
he does say
But,
most men are happy with that. Clearly, he's not most men.
Okay, fair enough.
So his main statement is men and women aren't the same. We literally, as much as he counts himself in, we literally just need like 1 or 2 people to confide our thoughts and feelings in with a hobby. That would be like when I'm feeling my best, that's all I need. But when I need support, most men are happy with that, as in most men. He's not happy with that. He gets therapy. Therapy sucks, and it did work for him. So we can have all of those together. Look how colorful this experience is. And we've got here from Denisha. She replies, no one said men and women were the same. If that was all I think she's Martin Bailing this, but no one has said men and women were the same. If that was all you needed, the male suicide rate wouldn't be as high as it is, and men wouldn't regularly complain about how their mental health doesn't matter. LMAO, fuck you, again, and can all say you're fine, but reality shows the opposite. She's speaking about 2 different groups of men. There's a group of men that are like you, Gray, and there's a group of men that's like maybe Shadow Cringe Lord. There's a group of men that would say that would say no, we don't need therapy. Those are the Tates of the world. They are not the same thing. She's putting them all together.
Yeah, I think painting it with a broad brush is kind of shitty, but I don't know. This guy's also saying like, also therapy sucks as a man because it took me 10 years to find one that was able to help me. It's like, I don't know that anything. Yeah. I don't know how other men
doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So it seems weird, but he's kind of painting all men with this weird brush. So it feels like she is too. Again, this is Twitter. So, sorry, with this female brush, women brush. So then you do get, really fun comments from like, say, Vindication here. Men's suicide rates would probably wouldn't be as high if we weren't screamed about toxic masculinity, be more beta, etc. Here's the solution. Let men be what they were and used to be. Alphas. Natural selection used to take care of all of the betas, but now it's okay to let the weaks frolic around. We don't need safe spaces in therapy. We need problems to fix, things to build, competitions to win, and asses to kick.
Oh, yes. You know what? So he's like, you know what? I would love to live in fight. So flight is not a thing, but I'm going to live in fight, and that's what I'm going to do. That's what we need to do.
It is a Twitter persona. Perhaps it is intentionally over the top, kind of like hers.
Yeah. But. Okay, Tate, let's go. I guess that's how you get engagement. Which
leads us to some of the bigger YouTubers. So like Critical Drinker, for instance, he responded to the original tweet. People like you made it literally impossible for men to have any spaces, hobbies, clubs, interests, groups, or social spaces of their own. People like you mandated that women must be included in everything they think and do. And now people like you berate them for not having the very things they're prevented from having. People like you are the problem.
I mean, it's
There is
very
some
well
truth
put.
to what he's saying.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because
So-
he is putting her in that spot that she was, that, you know, he's putting her in the Bailey. She wants to go up into the mart. No, he put her in the Bailey. He said, "This is what you want, little shit."
But I don't think she does want that. So, okay, if that's the case.
You are being
then-
way too fucking great.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah,
to be
I
so
think she
fucking
does.
polite.
Because
You need
he
to-
says
You need
people
to
like
suppress
you.
your inner Canadian, okay? And you have to understand that not
Hey, they
everyone
deported
is as
me.
nice as you are. I understand you're looking for the gold nuggets, and I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, good
This
for you.
person is not necessarily
Listen.
as well-meaning as you are, okay?
And he's
I
speaking to
hate
her.
those dirty rumors. The Canadians are no longer inside of me since they deported me. Okay. So it's just like the people like you made it literally impossible for men to have spaces, hobbies, clubs, interests, groups, or social spaces of their own. I have a ton of those. Like I had a band that's all dudes. That seems like both a hobby and a space that I could go to. We were kind of like a club. We had similar interests, and we were a group.
Related at workouts
It was
for
a
you,
very
personally.
social space. So I don't know. I don't find it to be true that men can't have that. So if you're saying that,
It's
like,
literally
no, I need to
impossible.
accept
I mean,
people like you, then
I think it's the Boy Scouts thing again. We had a space, and then females
And they're wrong.
women
They're
came along and
criticized. They're
But he's
criticized
literally
for being in
said-
those spaces.
mandated that women must be included in everything they think and do. So again,
There
you're
is-
saying
there
I'm
is a
not being
pretty
charitable,
strong
but he's
movement
saying
for
that
that, yeah.
women have to be included in everything that I think and do. There's a ton of non-women related things. Like again,
Yes,
like
but people don't. You have to understand that while you're completely fine with those things, the people who make these comments
People
are
like
not
her.
fine with those things and say that that is a problem.
so all I'm seeing is the tweet below, and I'm not seeing at any point in there that she's berating men for not having the very things that they're prevented from having. I think it's
Are
fine to
looking
point
at
out,
the
like,
same
hey, Hydra, you are preventing yourself from having the thing that you're saying that you're wanting. I don't think that's berating you. I think that's pointing out something. That's essentially what she's trying
he's-
to
No.
do
The
here.
He's
berating
identified
comes
her.
from the manner of speaking,
He's
not just
identified her.
what she's saying. Like you could
But-
just saying to me, you are TLDR, in of itself is not berating. The manner in which you deliver that line of thought makes it berating.
Yeah, and he's calling her out for that.
and I appreciate wanting to take the tweet in a vacuum on its
But
own.
you can't.
I cannot separate that one tweet from the rest of her tweets. That we know we can glean more or less what this person's ideology is.
I can
we've seen how
separate
they-
the art from the artist. What can I say? I'm just
Yeah,
looking at this tweet. I know
we're
nothing
having
about
the-
Denisha.
yeah. Exactly. We had the discussion, which I think was nice and great and rich. But when we come to this interaction, Drinker wins. Because it is an interaction because of what he has done in this conversation, not about the issue that we've spoken about in rich detail. What has actually happened here is what's socially going on with us is the conversation.
Cunty man blames cunty woman for cunty
Yes.
man problems, and that's
Yeah.
the win.
Yes.
And that win
Twitter, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes,
welcome.
exactly.
Welcome.
What I mean is, yes,
Okay.
it wins.
Men and women things.
It says
none
no
of this
you
is
in a
good.
very skillful, it says no you in a skillful way, which is what speaking to each other like shit on the internet is.
Well, I'm glad somebody won.
So I want to agree that none of this is good, except for it's causing people to think and have a conversation about men's mental health. So
True.
I don't
That's
know.
good.
I think that aspect of it is good. I don't know if anybody replying to any of these is doing good, but perhaps it's the audience at
It's
large.
come to mind. Yeah, it's come to mind. It's crossed the minds of people. However, if they've gotten lost in this discussion part, that's sad. Because if they've gotten lost in this back and forth war, then it's useless. But when it comes to just the word craft of it, he wins. The fact that he said people like you.
I think it's somewhat subjective though, because okay, so if you're saying people like you, so I don't know, could I not?
It's
I feel like it's lumping her into a group. Can you name like a specific space that she has tried to take away from men? Am I just unaware of this? Because I'm not sure that she has. I've never seen like, an actual thing like this is a space that should not be segregated. Okay, but I think again that's you got mad that she was painting all men with one brush. I think that's painting her with the same brush as everybody else. I don't know that she's calling it that. So when saying people like you,
money alert, we've been bombed with another fat stacks of cash.
Excuse me, we will have to continue this argument after the amazing words of the JMac are read.
Let the words of JMac.
Oh no, I switched it, but that doesn't matter. JMac points out for $20, it's less about private settings. My guys' nights are never going to attract much negative attention. However, if I start a men's only theater group, it's very possible that I would. It's segregating institutions that draw ire. You're right. And that's kind of what I was pointing about the band thing. It's like, okay, well, if we're taking his words, which now are below because I switched it apparently, it seems like that women must be included in everything. That's why I pointed out the band thing. It's like, well, I do have some segregated like spaces in my life, and nobody's demanding that I do that. But I don't know. It does feel like both are being quite a bit hyperbolic. There's hyperbole on all sides here.
They're both being cunty on the internet.
Yes, as a very smart man pointed out.
As Rosales has said, yes, are we talking about mental health or talking about people? You know what? We are going to. I want the last hour of this. Sorry, there's going to be no Gartic phone. Probably not.
No, I would just like to say I'm already running out of time. I have like 2 minutes left, and I have to go. That's at least I made it through the non-meta part of the conversation. I was able to add my 2 pieces, even if it was, disagreed upon by some people, but I like that it was done in a civil manner. I would have my 2 cents to add also about the conversation between these 2 individuals on screen. Before I have to leave, I wish I could say more, and I wish I could stay for the analyzing of this whole thing, but these 2 people are politically very opposed to each other, and predictably, they cannot discuss ideas like adults because of the already heated situation and because of their stark differences. And the result is the typical Twitter theatrics. And I hate that this is what become of humanity, that this is like the most popular way to engage with topics. Like millions do this. This is the new town square, and its purpose is to produce fat piles of dunk. I just find it repulsive personally. I wish it were more constructive of a conversation instead of like, it's gonna inevitably derail into ohms. Ratioed. Look at this you.
Look what it's done to Charles. He's like not even in his camera anymore.
I'm here.
He's underwater. Look at the blue light in his room. Anyway, that's. I'm afraid I have to go. That was my 2 cents. Thank you guys.
That's a good line.
Thank you so much for all of your thoughts on this. We really appreciate your contributions, Hydra.
Thank you for hearing out all of my rants and all of my complicated lines of thoughts. Thank you. See you.
Sick Bairn. Rosales.
So we've got Destiny. Who wants to read for Destiny?
Sure, why not? Our voices sound exactly the same. So Destiny, the omni-liberal, says, so he's responding directly to Critical Drinkers, people like you tweet. Isn't the problem right now that we're too... Isn't the problem right now that we're too segregated into our own spaces?
A little bit more emotion.
We want more environments where men and women are interacting with each other. Maybe you're speaking for yourself when you say you don't want women included in any of these spaces. I think he's got a point. Like, I've been to a lot of group, and I think a lot of people would, benefit from sharing and, hearing kind of other people's stories. I don't know that needs to be a segregated space, but I don't know. Perhaps I'm wrong. I know certain people, like my dad, would definitely never open up if there were a bunch of random women in the room. So
We're not
maybe
there
there
yet.
do need to be those options available.
Yeah, if we have the crisis forcing people into a place that it's not going to work in, and they'll say, see, all I have to do is listen to these women talk about their feelings and shit like that. If it's going to be better for men to have their own spaces, let them fucking well have their own spaces. But I agree, we also don't need to stay segregated. We don't have to have a women's waiting area and a male's waiting area. I live in the world where there is such a thing. Okay, that's the extreme we can go to. How about we just balance it? And also, if the side that you have, Charles, considering what Critical Drinker does next, please inhale a lot.
Well, to be fair, Destiny fires another shot before Critical Drinker comes back. But yes,
I just
don't hate life. Just hate Twitter. Sorry, X. Ground X, not SpaceX.
Be happy that.
Sorry, go on. Be happy that.
Be happy that we don't exist solely in Twitter.
Gotcha.
True. Not real.
Somebody blow it up, please. Can somebody 9/11 Twitter?
I don't disagree.
Theoretically speaking.
In Roblox.
Theoretically. I think I think Sitch took the opinion that, and if I'm misrepresenting it, please let me know, that he didn't have much of an issue with Destiny's post here, except for that last sentence, which I think he said wasn't necessary or was needlessly aggressive. So I think he had the right of it, in his opinion on the matter. I think.
Do you think saying people like you 4 times is needlessly aggressive? People like you are the problem.
Now
you
just either way, they're both using shots fired both sides. I think we can't argue with that. Can't be like this.
Yeah,
one's
and
they're both mean.
And I would say, and Critical Drinker was responding to something that was, in my opinion, equally shots fired. So if we're going to play the chicken and the egg, but
who started it?
The point that
I think they're all bringing proportional amounts of assholishness to.
Yes,
I agree with that.
Forum.
Okay, so the point you're trying to get to.
As far as the interaction between Drinker and Destiny, I think they're talking about 2 congruent but not necessarily overlapping things. I think there's a slight topical difference here. If that makes sense. I'm trying to think of how to express specifically why, and I want to reference the Boy Scouts thing again. But I'm flailing here. So Kite, please.
Stick with topically different. What's the difference?
Or I suppose viewing it through different lenses. Yes, there are benefits to communal spaces and a mutual growth and togetherness, but that is not what Drinker was. Delicious.
That's exactly.
That's not what the issue that Drinker was addressing, which is to say that what Drinker was responding to was about whether or not men's mental health matters to men, and whether or not there are spaces for men to deal with those mental issues. And Critical Drinker is saying, well, you won't let me have a space to do that. And then Destiny is saying, well, there shouldn't be men's only spaces. It's like that's not the same.
That's exactly
topic.
it. Yeah, but the thing is, he's exactly the people like you. That's exactly what Destiny is putting himself in. It's gone into the tribal thing, and if I will show you my mind map to,
I think
to
so.
show you guys.
Yeah.
To but let's go.
I very much think almost everybody is taking this in a very tribal way. And I think that's what the people like you thing means. And Lucifer pointed out that like he's been to a protest where there was a men's abuse shelter that was attempted to be built, and there were people who came there to protest its actual existence because of percentages. Yeah, that's really fucked. I don't think this lady did anything like that. If she did, like, please, by all means, I'm going to say, fuck her, fuck anything that she is for. But all I know is like just this tweet, and I'm not getting that out of this tweet, but it feels like a lot of people are lumping her into that group for some reason.
People like you.
Well,
he literally did.
I sincerely apologize if this sounds assholishness or asshole-ish, but if people are lumping her in with these people, might it not behoove you, Gray, to look at the rest of her tweets to see what kind of person she is?
It might. I was hoping somebody else did some homework and brought something. I said I'd grab this and some videos.
Bimo did do this. Bimo did do this.
Well, he claims that he did, but you know, just like last time where he totally fell asleep and then accidentally deleted all of his proof or whatever. I believe you.
Okay,
I brought zingers.
What are zingers?
No drakes, man. Like you're going with Hostess.
What are zingers?
Kind of like a Twinkie, but better.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're covered in
zingers are supposed to be hot things.
What?
Here it's just a tasty cake. It's a sponge cake with some cream in it, but I think it's got a berry wrapping.
It's a Twinkie on its period.
Sounds
Gray,
appetizing.
Drinker was charging the woman with being hypocritical. The lady was saying the lack of men's mental health is men's fault. That is a very shitty thing to do, regardless of your tribe.
No, totally.
Hey,
I think it's really
it's victim
I think it's
blaming.
really shitty on everybody's side. And I think again she was
saying take responsibility. Yeah.
She's needlessly I don't know, vitriolic in the way that she went about this.
But so is
if she actually wanted to bring like awareness to it, I don't think this would have done it, but would the tweet have like taken off? And like it is what Twitter is all about.
And also
it did get it trending.
Yeah. And Drinker,
but you're right.
Drinker jumped on it, and also that one. Then Destiny has to weigh in everything. It's like now the ghost of what's the new Tsushima, the next one. Like everybody has to have a take on it now because it's part of a trending topic.
Well,
everybody has to tell us
Destiny and Drinker have a history as well. Destiny did a review to Drinker's The Message video, so they have a history. So after Destiny responded to this, he decided to do another tweet just minutes after, where Critical Drinker had a different tweet completely on just the I am racist thing. And then Destiny is kind of mocking him for his tweet.
That doesn't take away the...
So Drinker originally was saying whether you like or dislike the people who made it, I think this movie is worth watching all the same, if for no other reason than having the balls to tackle the most contentious subject of our time with different perspectives, surprisingly revealing insights into what's become and it wouldn't let me actually expand that without getting each tweet separately, so we'll never know how that ended. But Destiny decided to respond for having the balls to tackle this subject, in quotation marks, is literally their business model. This is how they make all their money. Lol, what? So again, it's kind of that like lol, what thing. So he is poking the bear.
Yeah.
Not only did he respond to Drinker's response to this lady instead of just responding to her, he now is firing shots. So what do you think Drinker did?
Of
course,
hilarious and horrible, and I hate it and I love it. And Charles, I'm so sorry for laughing at it.
Blood sports.
What?
So Drinker responds to Destiny's spaces are too segregated tweet. Aren't you speaking for yourself? Speaking of spaces where men and women interact with each other, and then posted the picture of Destiny when ABBA came over from ABBA and Preach, and he and Melina did both mention on the stream that they are dancers and they enjoy dancing. And then the chat asked them to dance. So they did behind Destiny.
And you see
Apparently
how
everyone
Destiny is
loves
so
this
sad.
as like the ultimate cuck move.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It definitely, it's a funny picture. You see the look on Destiny's face.
That's
You can see them dancing
horrible.
behind.
Oh,
And if you could
those are
see
bodies
chat on
behind
the
his head?
side, yeah, they're literally in the same room. They are dancing right behind him because they both mentioned that they really do like to dance. And Destiny's like, I don't dance. I don't know. Like, does that make you a cuck if you let your wife dance with another man?
No.
I mean, we know that they're in an open relationship, right? So
Yeah, but that's the
but
point.
that would be
He's
different
throwing
from being a
that-
cuck, right?
That he's throwing people that say they're in an open relationship. People that judge people that are in an open relationship still call them cucks because they say, "Oh no, you don't want to be in an open relationship. You're just lying to yourself." That's what they say.
it
Fair
doesn't
enough.
help that I have an
IG
anti-Destiny bias. So yes,
Exactly why I laughed. I also have an anti-Destiny bias, but I think this is below the belt. It's not necessary. I laughed because I'm evil and going to hell. But
As the
it's
IJP
very sad.
Mexican
It's not a good thing.
points out, apparently it is cuckoldry if it happens on stream. So I will make sure that my wife never dances with another man on stream.
Shit.
I don't know. So I really am not a fan of the concept of open relationships or whatever.
neither.
It's something I could never do. It is not for me.
100% monogamy.
But
Let's go, boys.
man, there's something about like I think there's a lot of baggage that people are trying to put on an open relationship that it seems to then just be called cuckoldry, which I guess I would want to know what people are defining a cuck as.
I'm going to be petulant. Considering
Please.
Am I Racist is only open domestic, why is the Scottish movie reviewer talking about Am I Racist? And how did he
Well, it's
see
a cultural phenomenon that made
He's
it to
part of
number
Access
4
Media.
on the box. I know you're not the box office guy, but it made it all the way up to number 4.
only available in North America? So how did he get access to it?
He
True.
part of the Access Media. He is mainstream, boys.
The message.
Is it just released in theaters or is it on their website as well?
No, it's on theaters.
It's not
It's
digital yet.
It's
And they are
also-
America.
really monitoring the open seas, if you will.
what
it
they're-
is very much making money in theaters right now.
They're accusing him of being Access Media now. He's being part of the problem by having access to the media.
J Mac nailed it.
Yeah.
He got
So I think so. But also, he's not just a critic of normal things now. Of movies now. Now it's moving to
He's part of the culture war.
pop culture. It is a pop culture phenomenon.
I'm implying conflict of interest, everyone.
I got you. I'm just a dick.
That's fine.
What's it? Here, Wallace. I'm not 100% sure Destiny fuck more people than Melina, which makes them means kind of sad. You know what? Somehow I just know that even if my husband had 3 chicks and I had 1 guy, he would still be pissed off. It would still be cuckoldry. It's just not.
Yeah.
Just don't go. That
think it's
when you're into monogamy, it doesn't really. We're not going how many. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think people just kind of put the traditional marriage thing on him where it really was just a green card thing so that Melina could be here. I don't want to I don't know. I don't want to speak poorly of anybody else's relationship. Everything is deeply personal and, who knows the inner workings of that. But it seemed like they had a transaction that seemed to work out for both of them for quite some time. Apparently it was pretty much the longest relationship he's had.
Relationships on fluid ounces. Okay.
How much have you disposed?
How much baby oil is involved? No.
Thousands.
Well. Okay. Is this the end of the slide?
There was one more. So Destiny did have one clapback. Nice. This tweet is about as original as your YouTube content.
Just don't even reply. Just don't reply. Don't reply.
Yeah.
That's weak. But anyway.
Destiny did respond one more time to somebody else who responded to Denisha. So again, I didn't grab all of it, but you can imagine that there are other spaces that he mentions here. But Dr. Strange tweet mentions men had Star Wars, women invaded. Men had sci-fi, women invaded. Men had video games, women invaded. Men had D&D, women invaded. Men had comics, women invaded. So then Destiny responds, boys will joyfully engage with this and then wonder why they can't find a girlfriend. Lol.
Hey, what was the original topic again? Just curious.
Men's spaces and men's mental health.
Well, it was supposed to be men's mental health mattering, but we got to men had D&D. And then those pesky girls invaded.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Fucking hate Twitter.
I love
Are we done with
sci-fi,
Twitter,
and
guys? I think we're done with it.
I think so. And this is the last tweet.
This
in
is
the-
not-
the
yeah,
deck.
this
There
is
is
not-
one more slide, but I don't know. Just like going through it, like men had Star Wars. Like I think women were equally as invested in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia
It wasn't.
is just
That
so
is not a
amazing.
male. It's a male dominated.
Sci-fi.
But-
I mean, there was like, so many different versions of it. But man, I like a lot of them that included females. I don't know that that's just males. Video games, come on. Samus was like the greatest character ever. D&D, it's so much funner when there is a girl in the group.
Yeah.
Like just the interactions are a lot different. And I would say better. But comics, I don't know. I don't know that there's a lot of interest in female comics. I mean, there was always like a bunch of those weirder ones that somehow made a small dent, but I don't think that they were like the big sellers. Like I'm trying to think like the Archie comics or something along those lines. You know, it kind of seems like people more think of the cape shit.
Yeah, these were
Idiosyncratic.
men's. This was not the right topic. This person, no.
Thank you.
So that's the end of it. And then I asked AI to come up with a picture of men's mental health, and that is it apparently. So.
Oh, shame. That's exactly what men's mental health is. It's like, I'm doing fine, I swear.
Why do you have
Yeah,
to
it seemed oddly fitting. So, yeah. But I do understand, Boosh, that yes, it does seem like it is harder and harder for men to have a space of their own. For sure.
No,
For
but
sure.
that's,
I just don't think
think
every space is a safe space, and I don't think the ones that are being invaded were safe spaces before, but agreed to disagree.
I think since all of the tweets are generalizing, if we're going to be charitable to that last one, I think it invokes more the Anita Sarkeesian types, which we discussed a couple things ago.
People
we don't
like
need to
you.
rehash that whole thing. Coming in,
For sure.
Sweet Baby Inc., and demanding feminization and so on and so forth.
I think that they're a really loud minority is my one thing. I don't think that when you say like people like you, we might be making it too broad when I think it really is a small
women.
So I don't
Sorry,
disagree.
we might be making it too women when we need to, make it more smaller.
I
But,
don't disagree
sorry.
that it's a loud minority, but I think they have a lot more power than what folks might expect.
operative
they've
word being loud.
clearly, they've clearly affected content. Look at all the changes in D&D. Look at the state of beloved IPs, Rings of Power, and so on. So I don't disagree they are a loud minority, but that doesn't mean they don't have sway.
Another one,
Oh,
Jay. This was
shit.
highly unnecessary.
Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
JMac again making it rain so much. Just printing the dollars. The printer go. Wick had a good panel about this topic. One of the panelists said it's less about men versus women, but a mindset that men and women generally hold. A lot of women like those hobbies, but their behavior was an outlier that aligned closer to men. Tomboys.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. I definitely want to check out that panel. I like a lot of Wick's panels, especially the one that you were on, sir. Check out JMac's panel if you haven't. But check out that other one as well.
I mean, the cliche of the folks who enjoyed comics and D&D and so on from the 70s and the 80s were the basement dwelling geeks in glasses with pocket protectors, right? You don't think of women. They were presumably
you don't
outliers.
Think of it. It was, yes, exactly.
Now, that's not to say they weren't there.
It's to say
by
that they
any
were
means.
a minority.
Yeah.
And they liked it. I'm saying no. it could be difficult. I remember not wanting to be part of like gaming things because I was, but that was me. Anyway, part of, let's just check if we've gone over everything. Okay, if there's things that we haven't done a definitions thing. We don't have time for it. Maybe we BMO really does want to weigh in on this topic, so maybe we'll revisit it for half, I think, next week. So we can talk about definitions then.
Half,
I think.
I wish you the best of luck in that.
We did ask. Stigma is one of the things. Is has it changed? Has stigma? I think we've agreed that it kind of has gotten better, but there's still work to be done. Is therapy needed? We have discussed that. I feel like initially I was like, yeah, therapy might not be. It's not the answer for everyone, but what Gray has really pointed out for me is that therapy is not just talk therapy, and people seem to think it is. They think it's how does that make you feel? That's not it, and there is a misconception.
Do you know what prison is? Right? What's supposed to be?
What's supposed rehabilitation?
Rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And then the reason that I wanted to come back to the mind map is that actually, guys, I want to ask that when this has become a contest, it's whose mental health matters more than each other, and this kind of brings us back to the whole yes, to bears, and to that end point where we had that argument where we had those back and forth on Twitter. It became the culture war because of postmodernism, victim culture, identity politics, intersectionality. So we all taken sides, and we now have to decide who is allowed to be the victim.
But can't we all be victims? Come on.
Exactly.
I don't know. It seemed like everyone was claiming some sort of victimhood. Like everyone was accusing her of saying that women are the victims because of how she mentioned those last two things at the end of it. But then they're also saying, but we can't have spaces. That sounds like you're also making yourself a victim.
Can we not just agree that everybody needs help sometimes?
Yeah, I think that
everybody hurts. So like that's do it. Now, then another question, right? So I think we agree. Yes, I think we agree that it has become a content. Can none of us be a victim? Exactly, that's true. That's also where it comes to the intersectionality and the postmodernism thing. Where it's like we have to break everything down and never build it up again. But
do you know how much progress we'd have made if no one is a victim anymore?
Yeah.
3.
I mean, do the work,
qubits.
Charles, and then we'll all be. So I thought another thing that we could touch on is, are we different? And that's the reason that I put a pin in what Dorcas was talking about, because we haven't really spoken about the differences between men and women. And I want to do a little bit of a video slideshow thingy. And
ooh, nice.
Just to do a bit
out of curiosity, is it a Dr. K one? Out of curiosity?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of reels that I found on Instagram.
Nice.
That's all it is. It's just to kind of give you a taste of what we're socially working with.
I love that subject. I was going to
stereotypes.
include that in my video. I didn't, just because of time. I knew 2.5 minutes would take us like an hour to get through. But Dr. K, and there's a whole bunch of others like Modern Wisdom. They have a whole bunch of podcasts specifically about like what type of therapy is specifically the most effective for men. And there's a lot of different research that has gone into it. But great. Men are completely different than women. So there are different modalities that they really do focus on. But I just thought that would get us down a rabbit hole, so I didn't include it. But that's awesome.
It's part of the discussion. That's what I really wanted to talk about. But here is when we look at the world beyond Twitter, guys. This is what people are laughing at. Okay.
Tell me.
No, I couldn't. I mean,
What is it?
You know, I just never really had the guts to tell Gloria how
What
I
is
feel
it?
about her. How I
Please tell
never really
me.
had the guts. There is this.
So the reason I put this in the collection, because if you go through my reels, it's all marriage humor. Okay, and this is marriage humor, where it's my level of excitement when my husband tries to share something with me. So like it goes into a lot of gender dynamics comedy that you will get on these things. But this also resonated because it is women going, share your feelings. And then when they try and share their feelings, fuck all happens because what? Because we're too excited. Okay. But also just keep in mind the reason that you need gendered, the stereotypes of gender to make these things funny, right? Okay. So why is that funny? Oh, when my husband asked me what's wrong, and I don't even more mad because he didn't read my mind. Because you're supposed to have that in marriage, right? Because that's the low. And then a man made this.
Kitten,
you know, yeah.
I'm reading your mind right now, and I can sense you're upset that you don't currently have a large pizza in front of you.
Yeah,
correct?
exactly. Exactly. How did you know? Oh, well done. But yeah, it's funny because it's true. RJP, exactly. There are these like it's nobody, and now I love one of the words he had said earlier. I don't think it was live, but he said, "Your feeble human language." There is feeble human language. Human language just it's too generalized for him, and we must be very precise, but we can't. That's why stereotypes exist, and that's what comedy actually
comedy
uses. Oh, sorry. Okay. So the reason here we've got the woman being one of the jokes that actually came up when we were discussing this for thinkers was, oh, men have to deal with such shit. No wonder their mental health is crap because they have to deal with a woman like this who you have to read their minds. And this is just more about the difference between men and women. And here, let's continue. Obviously, people will now want to take, if we go onto Twitter and we post this on Twitter, then we can all have a nice big argument about how sexist it is. But here on Instagram, we can just have a laugh, okay? This is another thing about women. So that's all the what do you call it? The marriage humor.
High maintenance chick bullshit.
Again, this is another high maintenance bullshit. This is now the difference between men and women. My wife texting me while I'm at work, telling me about her client made her mad, blah, 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 blah. I do this. My husband does not do it back. He's not busy having a skinner with me, or he's not gossiping with me.
What's a skinner?
A skinner is a gossip.
Oh.
He's not doing that with me because he's just being himself. I do this with my girlfriends. Some guys are like that. Some guys will talk this much, but in general, men just aren't that chatty. Bro, this is so true. RJP, your girlfriend is just right. Question for the panel. Have you ever heard a woman say, I woke up in a bad mood? I have nothing. Nothing has happened yet, and she's angry. That's fucking crazy. Yes. But you know what? Well done to that woman for noticing that she is in a bad mood. But yeah, this whole thing is just, again, the fact that this is funny, that this is relatable, #relatable, is, yeah, there. Sorry to hear that, babe. Exactly. Okay, but now we're getting on to just, this is more about, keep in mind, these videos are for the are we different part of the mind map. This is actually part of the discussion that I also wanted to talk about is women relying on men. And I guess we rely on each other, definitely. But there is something to be said that there is this expected thing that your boy is there for you all the time. He's solid, and the girl can just cry. She can be dramatic, whatever.
Remember when POV meant point of view?
Yeah, remember.
Good time.
Again, this is another thing of me when my husband is trying to comfort me and ask me what's wrong, but I don't even know either. I just want to be baby. That's a relatable thing for women. Women are laughing about it. I probably have both things. Got a problem with that. Didn't think so. This is me. All I'm saying is this is also part of the world, guys, where people just live in gendered spaces and stereotypical, hey, I'm like that. And it's okay. So let's go for I don't know why you let, now you see, now this is the male and female way of thinking, right? When I'm complaining to my husband about something someone said or did, and he says, I don't know why you let stuff bother you, instead of agreeing with me. Now, so if we go back to our Twitter people, the girl will say the man is now denying the trouble, and that's the problem. But there is a way that men approach things. A lot of the time, they are very practical, and women are like, I don't want the solution yet. Can I just complain for a bit? I would like to complain. Don't come here with your solution yet. Just let me moan, and then we can go. And it's a gendered thing. I don't know. Am I lying to you guys? Is this not a real stereotype?
It's definitely a stereotype. I think it's a stereotype for a reason. But
there you go.
I don't know. Like that last one with the like babied thing. Like I don't know. Sometimes I would love to be hugged or whatever. Just a little bit comfort would go nice. But
I'm sure there are if you go to marriage Instagram, marriage real Instagram, there are ones where it's like I'm just a guy appreciating the fact that his wife loves him and things like that. So it goes both ways.
That doesn't get clicks though.
not as much. Oh, this okay. So this the reason I put this in was just because it's just like, listen, but woman. It's just all about women. And
oh no, not today.
What's wrong?
Nothing. No, your mom's just feeling emotional.
What? I could kill someone. No, I can't hear you. The stupid phone gets no reception in this stupid house. Ah!
Dear God, no.
So this is obviously this is the part of the social discussion that happens, right? Now what happens is we've got people that we can't make jokes like this anymore on TV and things like that. All gets into, but this is.
Does a Twinkie have a zinger?
Well.
I heard rumors. Yeah, we all had that females living or working in close quarters could eventually get on the same cycle. But I always assumed that was a story designed to keep women out of the submarine corps.
This is obviously it exaggerates. That's what comedy is about.
Nope. Comedy's dead.
Milk, what's wrong with me today? My brain's not working right.
No.
I can't focus.
All three of them.
3 legs? It's not fair.
I know. I'm sorry. It do be like that sometimes. Sorry. It is. And this is acceptable. It's the joke.
Dad.
Obviously, except when by acceptable, I don't mean that now they can. If she's got work in the morning and she's like, no, sorry, I saw an ad on TV and it made me cry, and I'm just going to stay home for the day. That's not acceptable.
Those Sarah McLachlan ads are tough, though. They don't have to show.
The crying is just hilarious because
oh my God,
I've done that before. I've cried from just. You can cry from cuteness as well. I cry.
I'm alive.
Okay, so this I think is a misconception.
I'm dead. I'm watching TV. I'm looking at you. Fuck you. I'm dead again. I'm up. I can run faster than a bitch. I'm alive.
So this is part of the humor, right? It's just part of where it's accepted. Men and women are different when we're actually busy having a joke.
Married couple, sure. Hormones when they're teenagers, it's the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Well, everyone's hormones. One more thing I want to get to, because I saved a lot more than I thought. There's 2 more that I want you guys to see. This one is, look at this through an evolutionary psychology point of view, right?
Sniffing butt?
No.
The biting butt.
Rude.
Trying to fart, you mind?
I don't get why we have the song of a like. I guess the music. I'll even turn this off because it pisses me off. I'm like, it's a woman singing, but it's all about the male strength here. This got me, man, because I gotta respect that we do come from animals, and our gender roles have developed as a result of our sex differences. And if we went and made it very basic, that is the part that these red pillars want to lean into, that I'm the lion, I'm the alpha, I'm the this, I'm the that. That's my
So
job. My
who
job
are the
is to do that.
hyenas during this then?
Exactly. The hyenas are also men as well. That what people in the replies have said is that, yeah, it's a man, a good man protecting against bad men, or a good man protecting against bad. Those also hyenas would be female and male. It's the world. We are so complex. Again, one of the things that I also wanted to, even though I put this in the collection, it's like I'm not saying that we are as simple as lions and lionesses, but it is the bedrock of where we come from. Is that there is something primal. The fact that
We come from monkeys.
that I can't fight. I can't fight any of you guys and win without a gun. Guns have changed it. Absolutely.
Do not
Yeah.
overestimate me.
Have you seen pictures of my spine?
You guys don't understand. You guys don't understand how strong you are just by
I've had a
virtue of
cold,
being
so
men.
I mean,
You got a cold.
fair enough. So yeah, kind of what that does remind me of, and I forgot to say it. That whole Andrew Tate thing where he was saying like, yeah, but nature didn't design us to go to therapy or whatever. I don't know. Like
No.
when you look at nature though, like a giraffe, like it can birth a kid that can run at the exact time that it's born. I don't think any of the birds can fly right away, but what do like human babies do? Like they cry, like that is it. So I don't know. Couldn't that be an argument that perhaps crying is natural? Perhaps feelings are what we're meant to.
No, that's because of the trans.
No, the baby cries out for help. So isn't that what we're supposed to do? Isn't that our true purpose?
Woke
Is to get help?
No.
Mine. Oh, sorry. Yes, my internal. That if you go back to if we go back to my diagram, one of the first things that I was also going to introduce is that, can we get over the labeling me a pick me? Can we do that like initially? But now we're about 3.5 hours in, and we'll talk about that, because one of the things about girls talking about this is that you get the nice label of pick me, because you're supposed to just hate on men. That's what you're supposed to do. And caring about men is I don't know. It's bad for some reason.
Yeah.
This is quite interesting. Last thing I wanted to this is kind of like a little cross section of men in therapy. Unfortunately, it is given to us by a woman, but she's a therapist. So, and I don't know, it just seems relatable. Gray, Charles, you guys have all been in therapy, so let's see if this reminds you of anything. Okay, arms crossed, accused by partners of being closed off. When asked how he's doing, always answers, "I'm fine." And now this is like their first time at therapy. That's exactly a person that's not interested in therapy can do that.
That's couples
For
therapy.
sure. I think I probably did that in like my own therapy. I was not interested in being there, and I was definitely closed off to the experience. But
no eye contact, first time in therapy, but he's an open book as long as he doesn't have to look at you.
okay, so I suck at eye contact. I don't know. Does that mean that I'm a specific type or whatever? Like I generally force myself to make eye contact, but it's weird. It's like somebody's stealing my soul if I look them in the eye.
But they're allowed, you know what, I think that becomes even more prevalent in therapy. You become more aware of it because it's all about you. Oh, and we're here for me. And it's quite a hectic thing. But he'll talk as long as he doesn't have to speak to you. Look at your eyes, I mean. Then bird watcher. What was the question? I suppose this is what that guy could have been speaking about in terms of therapy being difficult. You got to get past these things, these stages, or the stage of not being connected to your therapist. You can't spend all your therapy doing this.
If it's just you and the therapist, this is a bit of an issue, but she's seemingly talking about couples therapy.
No, I think she didn't. I don't think it says couples therapy. Fidget
It's just men tropes, but I don't know. Because that first one, she was just saying someone who's reported to be closed off. But
who the fuck pays $200 to look out the window?
That's the thing.
I
A man
echo
will
Rosales.
just so that the woman stops nagging him, he'll go to therapy. ADHD undiagnosed.
Maybe.
I think my dad would totally do that. Okay, so we've got something here. Kleenex collapse. Sensitive dude, desperate to let it all out, but dad told him real men don't cry. So this is part of the discourse.
Okay, but Kitty,
Look. Yeah.
If Gordon were to break down in front of you like that, pro, con?
Absolutely pro. But if he obviously, if he broke down like that every single day for things that just weren't, even then, every single day, it's him. I don't care. I'm with him for who he is. If he's crying, that's it. If he's crying, he has a good reason to be crying. So it wouldn't make me go, oh no, I must be out of this now. That's a dating mentality. That's a I've seen this guy 2 or 3 times and it turned me off kind of thing. That's easy mode.
Interesting.
So, but then again, Gordon isn't the kind of guy that does that. Just some of the stuff that is in this collection as well is a lot of men's mental health. This is a way you can go. You can land up leaning too far into it, that it's the girl's fault. This is, I think, the last thing that I want to show. This is the note that I would actually want our whole discussion to end on. Maybe we'll play it again. But this is just, this guy's walking around America for men's mental health, right?
Damn. That sounds very painful.
Obviously, he's showing us the good parts. But that's the part.
Nice.
That's awesome. That dude probably doesn't smell great, though.
I can't tell if it's the fisheye lens or not, but does anyone else think he looks like Jason Momoa?
It's just the hair.
Kinda. Like if you made
He's
Jason
very
Momoa walk across the country, maybe.
Very skinny. And then this is his hashtag. Basically, it's just.
And that's awesome. I don't think there would be somebody going across the country like that, and it would be such a big deal where people are, wanting to give him money, share the hashtag, take pictures with him. If there wasn't this stigma about it, like, I don't know. I wish it was cool, but we've seen a bunch of different points of view, not just the manosphere, but rather large public one, and then just kind of every reply in there where it doesn't sound like everyone is necessarily concerned with men's mental health. It's just some way that you could kind of attack another side with this. I don't know. I'm really of two minds. Like, I'm wondering if this is bringing awareness to it or not. People are talking about it, but they're fighting about like weird little issues instead of anything that actually progresses men's mental health.
So, but based on having that context, right? Are we different?
Yeah.
I would say yes, but even like in the groups of just men and women, there's so much variation. I would say yes, and that's why, again, it's like a chemistry thing. You need to find the right place in your life for the right type of therapist, for the right modality of therapy. And if you don't need any of that, like, hell yeah, that is the goal. And then the goal of that would be to make it so that you don't need that you would be, a properly functioning, well-adjusted person. But not everyone is.
And please find a good therapist instead of very sketchy online website that sells your mental health information.
And don't settle. But it really sucks. Like, mental health here is so expensive. Like, I know IJP was kind of joking, like $200, never going to try therapy, but you're not wrong off. I had kind of a crisis, and man, I needed somewhat of emergency thing, but because I needed it like that day, it was like $500 for a first session that was like 15 minutes, and it was nothing. I could not imagine, if I were in a place like living on the street or something. Like, there is no way. Like, just, man, it really sucks. It is way too expensive here, and it's not prioritized. And then my insurance would not cover a lot of it. I think through my work, I got like 3 visits or something like that. But
wow,
man, it's cost really is prohibitive with this thing. It really sucks. I wish that was more of what's being addressed rather than just, is the Boy Scouts good, or should girls be in the Boy Scouts? Like, I don't know why that's even being brought up with this whole men's mental health thing. But
Charles, Gray.
Yeah.
Also, Kitek. Did any of you see that Steve Carell series where he played a therapist, and he's visited by, well, this is the premise, so it's not a spoiler. He's visited by a serial killer who kidnaps him, and basically the series is him in captivity trying to give him, the serial killer, therapy.
But that sounds awesome.
It's on Hulu.
I want to see this now.
It was fantastic. I think the serial killer was Domhnall Gleeson.
Oh, hell yeah!
Really worth a watch. It's not a very long series. Here, let me see if I can find the name of it.
So talking about in terms of us being different, there
The
is
Patient.
literally the patient. I've never heard of that. There is literally a biological difference, I'd say. And I've said lift heavy shit because that was to get the male perspective, that literally we've gone over it, that people seem to think that our men can just lift heavy things and be happy. That's not how it works. But the important thing that I wanted to also talk about here in terms of bear versus man, it's a social whatever, all of this is socially, we are different. And that for me is why separate spaces is not necessarily a bad thing when it comes to mental health, because we have all these different variables that are pushing in on us as individuals, and socially we have different meaning to people. So if I am a woman in a group with a whole bunch of men, maybe they won't feel as comfortable talking about something as they would if it was just men. It's a variable that you need to control, and there is nothing wrong with controlling that.
But you're thinking about step 2.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
The intro to this is just universally accepting that we all need help. And
exactly.
Once we can get there, then we can step 1. And then it's like, actually, this is great that we're getting help, but I actually need to speak to someone that's gender specific. That's step 2.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to get 1 first.
No, that's exactly it. The men's only spaces, women's only space, whatever. We're talking about safe spaces being necessary. The whole thing, if we just zoom out, the whole thing does just become, hey, it's actually just mental health. Okay, let's just talk about mental health. Why is it a contest? Why does it have to become a fight? Well, we know why, because everything is now tribal and all of that. But Kissy, going to lunch anecdotes, just a discussion there. I just wanted to. I looked at when I was preparing for today, I actually just said, okay, how do I interact as a woman in my place of living? What is my experience compared to a man's experience? And yeah, it's pretty much the same, but I am smaller. I have a harder time opening doors and things like that, and that somehow becomes like a that becomes a thing that now means that now somehow I must now be intellectually weaker and all of that. It just made me think about it. But I did want to ask, do we have different needs? And I don't think the mechanisms are different. I think we all use like cognitive distortions and things like that. And yes, disorders crop up at different rates, but they present in different ways. I do feel like we all need help. It doesn't seem like it's not like this is a male problem. It's like, no, this is prevalent in males and this is how it presents in them. That's how you would look at it.
Yeah, I wish I had included some of that in the video. Dr. K and again, a Modern Wisdom has a couple of different podcasts about it, but there's been like a whole bunch of different studies. But the problem is the majority of people in talk therapy are women. It's more than 70% to 30%. Yeah. So any of the trials that they go to are generally kind of more weighted with more women in it. So you do get more of the data that proves like any given modality generally works. You have more of a sample size of women. So it is kind of different, but they have looked into a bunch of that and what works better for men. And it does tend to be things that do involve kind of planning or a way to get through this. There's a bunch of different versions of that. Like again, logotherapy or CBT or DBT, they all kind of have a plan for getting you through something, but it is different. Like everybody does kind of connect with something very different. But there are a bunch of studies that do kind of go into it. It's just a little bit hard to pin down that data because almost everything that has been studied is kind of based off of the main majority of the patients, which are women. So yeah, I think definitely there's different things that we need, but they're still kind of looking into that. We don't have a set in stone answer yet.
Men no longer offer healthy examples of manhood, and young men no longer get proper male affirmation.
Well said.
That is a exaggeration to the, it's obviously there are men that do have that, but it seems to be on the decline. I wanted to ask, because considering we are different. I did this gaming analogy. We have body type A and body type B. We have different stats, seems like. I should have opened this with Hydra, basically, how you would do it. If we, in this analogy, would my levels be different to yours? I have a different map. I have different things to unlock.
But I think my levels would be different from Dorcas's, and I think they would also be different than Charles.
Yes, exactly. That makes it even more.
Why did I have to get a -8 in charisma?
but it's even more noticeable that we are different.
Was this the point buy system, or did we roll and I just
we rolled? We all
you
rolled
poorly for
Everyone
the Riz,
rolled.
but you did good in the looks department, so you got that going for you.
But now, what I would like to ask, Gray, is
You have
as
a
much
good bartering system.
as you guys done.
sorry?
Yes, just your statuesque, Dorcas. Sorry, go ahead.
So yes, your levels would be different to Dorcas's levels, right? But your mechanics, your stats, the stats that you have, the body type that you have is different. You're playing a different game.
I think
you're
so.
playing a different format of the game. We all have
XP.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Scoring is different. Damage scoring is different. But that does not mean that my gameplay is diminished compared to another. The fight is not here. There is this co-op thing that we have to consider as well.
To use the extremely dismissive analogy before, if I were to stub my toe, it wouldn't even register to me. But if somebody who hasn't experienced any problems stubbed their toe, they would think the world is ending. And that has something to do with
True.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean,
With your stats,
sometimes
with your base stats,
it is the end of the world.
It is the end of the world.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I
But,
consider canceling everything because I stubbed my toe once. My toe was like permanently to the side. I had to like pop it back into location. But yeah, good times. I went through with it.
In a game, you usually have a healer that's just a healer. Here's the healer. You just turn this. This is my spell that I cast, and it's heal. But what I wanted to ask is, would this healer have different ways of administering to the male? Someone playing the male meta, the male body type, someone using the female body type, and I think we've answered that question. In that, it's some modalities work better than others, but the mechanisms themselves, they're beneficial.
Yeah, I think it would be much more akin to not necessarily like the binary, but like even within the binary, there's multiple character types, if you will. But I'm sure we fit into some sort of category of some kind. You know, Charles, you're the box office guy.
So, but yeah, we don't need to, but do we need to get rid of those categories?
No, the box office guy should stay.
Yeah.
Do we have a comedy guy yet?
I guess
I dig it. I think it's really cool, but I do feel like a lot of people are trying to put other people in boxes, and screw boxes.
That's a complaint I have.
We can do circles now.
Right. Well, we're all thinkers,
No, we
and
can.
that's one thing, But if you want to go further and be like, all right, who of the thinkers is gamers? I probably fade out of the picture there. But your surface level, this is right. But then some people aren't pleased with that, and you have to go further. And that's when you start people look too far in advance for definitions and answers to things, and sometimes it's not like that.
Yeah, but I think there is something to be said for we're looking at something big picture, smaller, because eventually you do come to the individual who needs to be able to help themselves.
Yeah, like my wife,
continue living.
Before she met me, she would go to like LGBTQ hookup meetups at the bar, and she was like, the only thing I have in common with these people is that I'm LGBTQ. I don't relate to any of these fucking people. This label's stupid.
It doesn't work. It's like saying, I've got brown eyes. Now
Yeah.
I must now go and be friends with all brown eyed
It's like,
people.
you want to touch your privates, right? Go ahead. Relate to each other.
That is, yeah, that's true. You are a collection of way more variables than that.
Right. It's not as simple as, oh, you like sports? I like sports. Let's be friends. It's not that easy.
It's apparently how men work.
Would that it work?
Supposedly. So much brown eye talk.
Brown-eyed girl.
Listen, I'm not that. Wallace as well as that the thing like in the gay community. That's part of like Amir Odom, one of my favorite gay creators. He's like that's not really something that we can connect on. It's not much. It's just like, yeah, okay, I like this private part, and you like that private part, and cool. But the rest is up to you. Need a lot more to connect on.
In my time speaking to Gray, I used to think that I was pretty, I don't know, defensive of comedy. Since speaking to Gray, he fucking takes it way more seriously than I do. So, it's people have different investment in things, and it's not just, I don't know, just using labels all the time is just, I don't know, it dilutes.
They have function.
Sure.
They're not everything.
But yeah,
eventually you're just talking as humans.
Right. It's not gospel, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's fun. That's why I'm saying we can't get rid of social constructs. We live in a social world.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get rid yourself of social constructs, but you can navigate through them. I guess we could do one round of Gothic Phone if everyone wants to. Otherwise, we can wrap up.
Charles is literally demanding it.
Well, we should definitely acquiesce to Charles' demands.
Mm.
True.
finding commonalities can be a great starting point. I met my wife doing something we both like. Well, that's exactly how humans work, is that we find things that are in common because we like to do things with people that are like-minded. It's literally how we work. That's how social works, is you find things that match up and then you stay together because of them.
Yeah, like I want to be left alone, so I went to the US.
Yeah. Well, yeah, now
My wife's in the UC.
Fuck's sake.
I think that's how they prefer to be addressed.
Oi,
Come
bro.
on, do I have to log into Discord again? Fuck's sake.
I do hate how it is connected that way.
No, you know what?
Wait,
I'm going to get it
Discord's
from
connected?
YouTube. No, I'm going to get it from YouTube. Fuck this.
YouTube.
I'll join the. Oh, but then nobody. Who wants to? Hey, Gray, are you going to share your screen? Because I want to join my pad here. My iPad.
Gray,
Oh, you
must
can't.
insist. No,
Dorcas,
you can't.
will you?
Okay.
I don't
Will you?
want to, but I will.
Okay,
if you
fine.
make me.
I'll do it. And I'll just plug in my tablets. Just hold on. Usually, last time it was what's it? Bimo was here, and we like watching.
Well, yeah, he's a real artist. There's some pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a palette, but I am no artiste. Don't let the beret fool you.
I'm very fooled.
But I'm sad that Charles decided to dip out for
fuck
the
Charles.
garlic phone
No, I
that
think-
he insisted upon. He kept saying in the private chat, like, we need garlic phone. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see it. It's
It was in all caps too.
Yeah.
Very surprising.
It's my pen. Okay. Oh, there he's back. You guys guilted him.
Oh, okay.
What'd I do?
And he left.
Nothing. We were just talking about you while you weren't here.
Were you speaking
We were-
nefariously of my absence?
I leaked your DMs, how you kept saying in the private chat that you wanted Garctic phone, and it had to be now that we had to stop the conversation. So I thought it was weird that you were gone. That was all I was saying.
Oh my God! Come on.
We like having you around, is what we're saying.
Get me
Yeah,
server
it's
issues
better.
invite.
Right.
Right. Okay, the link is coming to chat. Well,
Wait, I don't. Is there one in private?
Private
No.
Then-
Check your privates.
Okay. And now I'll put it in chat.
Yay! There's an ad for me.
An ad.
AdSense.
Enjoy your guys'
times.
ads.
Oh, what I meant to do was do this. I need to take a medication.
Look at you. Oopsie. No, I don't want to leave the studio. God damn.
That's kind of awesome, CPAFy. I
left
guess
steak.
that would be like a really expensive jerky.
Yeah. Very thick. Everybody in?
Everybody was in garlic phone.
Yeah, it's 7. I think that's got to be close.
Rosales is here. Okay, darling. Okay, I think that's based. Oh, no, we got more.
Ooh, I was totally wrong.
See, Puffy?
We've got it. Got a Capaffy.
We got Charles. Got 2 kitties. I don't know which one's which.
Well, obviously,
do
there's
I.
definitely a real one. So
Believe your eyes.
Okay, medication taken.
Mistake to
Sweet.
begin with. Get it?
I think it's more Mr.
I
Steak.
see what you did there. Oh, true. I like my steaks gendered.
We're going to do
Staying on
normal
brand.
fast. Okay. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. 10,
Mr.
9,
Steak's health.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Your health is at stake.
Mr. Steak's mental health.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
And then,
I want to leave the original prompt in.
you can do that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that too.
You asked for it. That's right.
Wow, I cannot spell or anything. Good times.
FORANYTHING.
Oh, thank you. It turns out I did get it right.
What is
What?
this?
Oh, this is adorable.
Okay, I'm excited for this. This is a concept right here. Okay, about a sixth of your time is gone, everybody.
Oh,
Shit. Wait, I think my tablet's the wrong
is someone
way.
near an airport?
Yes.
I shouldn't
Sorry,
be,
my
but
flight is
I'm pretty
arriving.
sure. What is going on? Sorry, I'll mute.
Is it you?
I have no clue what's going on outside.
Are the Russians coming?
I could die at any moment.
It really doesn't sound good.
It's the Blue Angels. They're just, it's a special day. It's Thursday. The Thinkers. Okay, and nope, that sucks. I don't think that's good. Okay.
I could be watching Megalopolis right now, but
You could be?
I'm not.
Well, it is either the greatest or worst thing ever made.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna
I
realize we stock.
am either jealous or laughing at you. I don't know.
You can go in my place if you'd like.
I kind of want to.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know.
intrigued.
He's real hit or miss with me.
I'm intrigued, but my uncle can tell me just fine.
Ah. No, there's some confused audiences. I think one of the critics said like it doesn't make any sense. You've
Nice.
got about a third of your time remaining.
Ah. Too busy yapping about stupid movies.
Megalopolis. Hey, it might not be a stupid movie. Who knows?
No, I'm not ready for this. Shit. Oh, I wanted it. I don't have time to be cute. Damn it.
You got time. Make it cute.
No, I can't. No,
You got time for cute.
I don't have time for
You
cute.
have time for not cute?
No.
Come on.
Wow. What?
Uh-oh.
What? Wait. What? I was looking at my ad.
I think I'm okay now.
I think I'm okay now.
No,
Oh, no. I really screwed somebody over there. There was a word that was supposed to come after what I wrote. Sorry.
oh no.
Oh, this was definitely Rosales'.
Yeah, I might have screwed you over. That sounds like you might have gotten the one that I didn't finish, Dorcas. I'm sorry.
What the fuck is this, Jinxia? Why? Oh, fuck off now.
Ah.
I hate this. I shouldn't have let us do this. I should have just put us to bed.
You made a bad choice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least we can all admit it. Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. Hey, but you have half your time left to make this a masterpiece.
Fuck this. I hate this so much. This is not good for my mental health.
No, but think of the audience. They're going to love it. Everybody
Yeah.
loves things.
Mm.
We're entertaining them. They like the bad drawings.
Yes.
I should not have done that. We got about a third of our time left for this particular one.
Fuck, I don't want any more time.
Quarter of the time. Dorcas, are you having a better time than us?
I'm having a time.
Yay!
Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Okay, now all we have to do is type one more time and then draw 2 more times and then type 1 more time.
Oh.
Oh, is that all? Only 45 more
Yeah.
steps.
Yeah, there's only, a bunch more. But other than that,
I can't
almost there.
even. Exactly. You can't even draw? Yeah, it's the server wasn't doing too well.
Circle of life.
What is this?
Oh,
Oh,
my
dear.
God, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I think I'm not getting it, but okay.
Charles, when did you grow a goatee?
Oh, no, I spelled it wrong.
She can't even, but she can odd.
Speller. That's my problem. Incorrect spelling. Oh,
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
This is
Oh dear. No, David. Don't like it.
shit. I'm actually kind of impressed with what I'm doing right
Oh shit, guys! You know what I forgot?
You're impressing yourself? Is that what I
I
heard,
just
Charles?
realized
Believe it.
that I was hearing sirens,
You bastard.
and there we go.
Oh,
no wonder this
that
isn't
makes so much sense. I wondered why the mood felt different. Nobody was feeding these ducks.
Mm-hmm.
There is less than half of your time remaining. Yeah, it is a great song, Charles. You're right.
Good banger.
Oh, wait.
Oh, this makes no sense. I am sorry, next person.
I don't know what
This
I was
makes no
supposed
sense
to
to
do.
Oh, what?
Okay. So I think we get one more round of drawing, and then it's all done.
Woo!
But now we got those ducks to feed.
What? Okay.
Yeah, this makes
Okay.
sense.
No, Jinsia, what are you trying to do? This is so horrible. Oopsie. Hey, I want it to be over.
Soon. You get less than half of your time remaining. So
Fuck's sake.
it's not going to take that much longer. But yeah, we're going to be here a little while. But then think of the hilarity of everybody's bad drawings.
Yeah, everybody else's stuff. I'm very excited for. I'm just gonna spend my time over here. Get this line right, you know. It'll help.
You've got about a quarter of your time remaining. Yeah, by that I mean a fifth.
Oh, you know what? I'll just add this for good measure. Ooh.
Wow. Charles, I didn't know you were a clappist.
I'm a claptionist.
Ah.
I care more about.
Guess what? We're done, everyone.
Oh,
Okay.
waste of time.
Let's
clapping.
see. Okay.
That was not easy, that last one. What did you
Adams.
guys do to me?
Voiceover is on, boys. Let's go.
A score.
Nice.
Pizza delivery, man yelling at the guy.
Oh, crap. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I could have done that a lot better.
Charles delivers pizza to a rose bush, but also a shadow.
Charles delivers pizza to a bush with berries.
Hey, bushes.
That is so awesome.
Charles
Results.
delivers pizza for literal bloody Mr. Bush.
Bloody Mr. Bush. Oh, I need to put this in art.
Oh, politics happens.
Well, I mean, somebody brought up Bush.
Oh, Bush.
Not that Bush.
A bird at a typewriter.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, that's cute.
Twitter bird angrily typing
Oh,
a tweet on
yeah,
a
Look how
typewriter.
angry you made your bird.
Oh, I love that. The click clack is
Cunty
awesome.
Twitter cunting things.
I can see it. I mean,
That's the bird.
that could be a typewriter. Right
we
there.
have
Very
that
cool
logo,
angry
please?
blue bird fighting in Nam.
That is the new
know
Twitter
what?
logo.
No.
All right, that's pretty awesome, Paffy.
Well done.
No. Hold on, I'm just
That's-
downloading it.
That's the song that I
But-
hear when you're ducks.
Your hat did kind of make it all the way to Nam. I'm just saying.
Gothic law, that's where it's
That's
going.
awesome.
Dead owl painting.
I'm sorry about this.
Wait,
I
is
just
it a painting of a dick?
That's awesome.
Dead bird, the movie.
The movie. Ooh,
It's a movie,
it's a movie now. Action.
Twitter's death, the documentary.
Oh,
Whoa.
that's not that's RJP. You're
Awesome.
right.
Empty theater for screening of film The Death of Twitter.
Show business. We're covering that next week.
I tried to
Hey, but there's a dead bird. It came back.
it came back. Guys, Gothic law is getting full. I need to sort it.
For the record, I used the prompt that was already in the
Big brain
bar.
BMO telepathically fights alien.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
Oh.
everybody.
Oh.
Mind attack.
Charles mind attacks an alien.
It's
I can see the hat.
My bad.
Charles and BMO are basically the same.
Alien getting bullied by a real cool nerd dude.
Cute.
I wish.
Okay.
Oh, look, I'm crying.
Man calls alien Xeno scum. Alien weeps.
Whoa.
It's not wrong.
The
What
alien-
is psychic damage if not for an insult?
True.
Some people stuffed ballots.
Oh, is that what I got?
Oh, it did get a little political.
Oh, wow.
That is awesome,
That's
darling. I love
Totally legal election activities.
Real ballots.
Man delivers real votes for Kamala.
No. No. Here you go.
Stickman giving many votes to Kamala.
Oh, yep. Womp womp.
I have the votes for the coastal.
The coastal. But not Florida.
Not Florida.
Sassy Sasquatch sipping some sarsaparilla.
Oh.
Oh.
Those are some.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Man drinks sarsaparilla.
Whoa.
That's good. That's really good.
That is awesome, Rosales.
Man self-medicates using sarsaparilla and Bunny is confused.
Oh, that's a bunny. Oops.
I was gonna try and do a bunny. I
Diaper
ran
man
out.
sucks down on sarsaparilla. Cop flustered.
Got flustered.
I love it.
Oh, no.
Diaper man.
I really like that interpretation of Diaper Man.
I mean, it is. It's true. He's in a diaper. What do you want? What were you supposed to say?
Cop flustered. The eyes.
I want this as an emote.
Figure out where I was going. I really dig it. It made sense.
Yeah, you know what? At some point, maybe the best of the Gartic lore will become an emote in chat.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Every single Pokemon in very high detail.
Oh, wow.
Ouch.
Oh,
Nice. Chippy.
this kind of makes it, I think. Well,
Homer to I choose you.
Oh.
That is awesome, darling.
Homer Pikachu being pokeballed.
Pokeballs.
I like
Wow.
it.
Homer chew.
Get in.
My favorite.
It's
I love
awesome.
it so much.
I mean, maybe it's not every Pokemon in high detail, but it's all of them they need to know.
RJP, you know what?
The important one.
Thank you, RJP, for giving us this prompt that gave us Homer Chew.
We have time for another round, don't we?
Wait, is next
I hope so.
Gordon's feet in therapy.
therapy?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What is? Oh, I know where this goes.
I tried to type this and I was
Gordon's
not paying
feet
attention.
talking
this
to
time.
each other in couples tea.
Oh.
Yeah. Thanks, Gray. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, that was supposed to say
Pair
therapy,
of
but my bad.
four-toed legs having an existential crisis.
I knew that somebody was going to notice the photo.
Curious pig feet.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Darling's interpretation of that is just so amazing. You always leave me in awe. Come on, who wouldn't put their hoof in the mystery jar? You got to.
Your trotters. Okay. Yeah, we do need to get going, guys. But okay, one more turn. One more turn.
Yeah.
One more turn.
Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Yay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think everyone's just going to go with that.
Okay. I pretty much went with my stupid prompt that was given, but
It's
good luck
fun
with that.
sometimes.
It was hard to think of anything else. And it's true. Diaper Man scares us all.
Oh. New lore. Is Diaper Man lore before today?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Awesome.
That sarsaparilla swollen fella.
Diaper Man.
I think we have that.
Diaper Man.
Oh.
Okay.
This is sweet. This is good to know.
Okay. This is going to be difficult and arduous, but I'm up for the task. Let's do this.
There's a big word.
Ooh, oh. This would be so much better if I had my iPad.
Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo.
Hit or miss.
Ah, I
About a
hate
third of
this.
your time is gone.
The ducks are missing.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's true.
True.
It does not feel the same without
I was
ducks.
curious as to why my thoughts were so loud.
Yeah. It's hard to silence them when the ducks are around.
Yes.
Just my thoughts are silent.
Is this how you would advertise shoes? This is a horrible ad.
And you've got about a third of your time remaining.
What am I doing? No.
Okay. This is a thing, to be certain.
What? Oh, wow. What in the hell am I looking at? Okay, I think I got it. If only I could have included more words.
What?
Uh-oh.
I don't even know how to. Oh gosh, what are you making me do?
How do you even start that? We believe in you, Dorcas. You got this. Just think, how would Darling do it? And then try to do that. It hasn't really worked for me.
Same.
Oh, for music. My hand-eye coordination, mamma mia.
Well, you have about half of your time left to figure out your hand-eye coordination. Ah. No. Okay.
Running out of time.
You got a few seconds left. All right, well, that's horrible, but I hope somebody gets the idea.
Ah! We're making less money.
No.
Uh-oh. What is this? What could this possibly mean?
Sorry if you got mine.
No.
Oh. Oh.
Wow.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. That'll work. Not as bad as it could have been. All right.
I don't know what this character looks like.
You know the character. Big bushy beard. I think eyebrows are involved.
I put this in my mouth to try and make me keep quiet. Didn't work.
Oh no. I've done it wrong.
Uh-oh.
I've made an error.
Yeah, I'm just making this worse before it gets any better.
Yeah.
I totally misread this.
I did that too. I thought the sentence said Bunny was getting confiscated and it said confused. It completely changed.
Crap.
Oh, I love this. Oh no. I became Vegemite. There we
Damn it! It was a...
Oh.
I figured out what it was right after I'm so mad.
I'm gonna assume that I know what this means.
I've drawn one thing a lot of times so far.
Oh, that's kind of talented. Or are you playing your own game?
I don't.
And you got about a third of your time left. Wow, I got very caught up there and lost most of my time.
Oh no. No.
Oh, that was the
Good effort.
I should have done more
It's
or
good.
less.
Homer Chew fights Pikachu.
You. That's one. Ah, that's really good.
I like that a lot.
Homer
There can only be
Chew
one
versus
shoe.
Pikachu.
Oh no. Come on, I can't.
Okay, that's
Homer
that's pretty
Chew
awesome.
threatens Pikachu as if Pikachu were Bart.
Yep, I misread this. Apologies. Look, he's got a rat
Homer
tail.
Chew is choking out Bartus.
My fault.
I love it though.
I like where it went. Yeah.
Iron Man, but he smells bad.
Oh,
Apologize.
but doesn't he anyway?
Oh, I think I know where this goes.
I would assume so.
Iron Man flying and a dude going you next to him.
I love that, darling. That guy is so
Mandarin
disgusting.
crushes Pikachu, grosses out Gumball.
Oh, that's really good.
That is awesome.
Boba Fett stomps out Pikachu. Gumball is free.
I love Pappy's interpretation of it. That is amazing.
Put the backpack on.
BMO is not Charles, but Gray is.
Gray makes Toy Charles fight Toy BMO.
Gray separates BMO and Charles from Chinese finger trap.
Oh.
Pooped oil it frees
I love
Charles
it.
and blue BMO.
Oh.
Both freed from sea.
I didn't realize it was a Chinese finger trap until the very last second.
Okay, I have no idea what you guys were talking about. So. That's the C, you see?
Did you say that because The great puppet is hysterical.
I've got it. I've got it.
There it is. I'm not Charles.
There was supposed to be an S on there. I ran out of time, but the other one was supposed to
Ray
say
finally
I'm Charles,
gets
which
his
is Charles.
doctorate.
I'm Charles.
What? Dr. Poupée?
Mm.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Gray Poopet gets
Canon
his
now.
doctorate for radio voice. Grats.
Grats indeed. Oh, a handshake deal with ketchup.
Gray and Ketchup both having a PhD in radio voice.
We're sharing it.
It's what the?
Love
Darling, that's awesome.
Gay gets a degree in pharmaceuticals and hot sauce.
Pharmaceuticals. You
Sponsored
earned
by
it.
Big Farm.
Hot sauce says you earned it.
Hey, a man can dream. That's what I'd want to hear.
Sponsored by Big Farm.
Well, he said a degree in pharmaceuticals, so, you know.
You earned it. No handshaking. Just-
It was during the, you had to socially distance.
We've killed Kid. What is happening?
I wanted to play. Oh, I wanted it to replay.
I like it said pharmaceuticals. Oh, maybe that's it. I rebroke Kidda. Sorry. Dumb
Homer
AI
to
does not
big
say.
feet in therapy.
Oh.
Oh, pig feet.
Ow.
I'm sorry,
Homer
everybody.
Chew and Long Paddle Car in couples therapy.
Couples therapy. Oh no.
Homer Chew cries with Patrick Star.
Oh no.
Homer Chew talks about his divorce to Patrick the Star.
Mm.
Charles, that's awesome.
Love it.
What a shame. That relationship.
Gray descends from heavens to tell the time.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Flying Coop reminds Charles and Co. what time showbiz is.
You can't put my hat.
Flying poop emoji says, "Hey Charles, showbiz is on Moan TT8."
A flying
Yeah, that
piece
basically
of
was translated by
communism
CPAP.
saying a few.
Piece of communism.
I like it. It got a little political.
Perhaps a touch.
This was Sweet Pappy saying that he's like,
Obama saying Obama soda very angrily.
what?
Oh,
I don't recognize
I'm
this
so
at
sorry,
all.
everybody.
Oh, no, I do.
Obama very angrily orders for Obama soda.
Obama.
I am sorry.
Michael Jordan loves Diet Pepsi.
Michael Jordan wasn't a president. Oh no, there's Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan loves Diet Pepsi.
Oh, I should have made the can red. Whoa. That is
Yes.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Thank you very much.
No, it says M. Jordan. Sorry.
He never played for the yellow team.
The yellow team.
That
Aunt
could be Magic
Titi
John.
needs to go to bed.
Oh, what?
Oh.
My name is Aunt.
Aunt Tits dismisses house guests.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Whoops.
Out.
But
this-
My
Big
head.
chested woman has had enough of her guests.
Usually.
Manly woman tells people to
Manly
leave.
I love it, darling. That's awesome. She's still well endowed. Just this time it's the biceps.
The thing is, I think Steve Happy was referring to me. So the tits part just was completely wrong.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with Aunt Titty, if that's lore.
That is not law. Aunt Titty is not law. It's just that it's because my niece calls me Chichi, and that's apparently tits in Chinese or something. Okay. So you know what? It's like you know when they call it a tall guy tiny. It's the same as me. Call me tits. She's Tits McGee. That one.
That was enjoyable.
Oh, why are you on?
It's ironic.
My name, Chich. Yeah, that's Spanish. Sounds like law to me. Yeah.
So it's multiple languages.
It's lore
Oh,
now.
multiple languages means tits. In Italian, ciccia is meat. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah. The reason that I'm crying is because I need to go to bed. I'm just gonna be lying in bed laughing. My husband's gonna leave me because I'm laughing.
No way.
He's gonna be like, "It's time to settle down now." Guys, we're gonna what would you say if I moved Thinkers to Thursday night for you guys? So it would be Friday morning for me. We'll have this discussion afterwards. Why am I having it now?
My pharmaceuticals might have an issue with it.
Okay, well, we'll discuss it backstage. Yeah, I can leave the Gothic studio, guys. So when is when's showbiz?
Oh, that's a good question.
Get the flying poop to tell
If you want to know the answer, you may have to go over to Charles's channel and ring the bell because sometimes it changes. It's usually Monday. Sometimes it's other days. As a graphic that some idiot created says, usually Mondays, sometimes other days. But if you go over to YouTube at Willis Greenia and ring that bell, you'll know exactly what day it is. But it's usually Mondays.
Just keep your notifications on. Okay.
Indeed. And F you.
So that's what you got. Gray, you've got a video coming up or something?
Yeah. There's a long overdue one, but it's gonna be a while. But yeah, if you just can't get enough, why not head over to Rosales' channel, YouTube at Rosales Comics, if you must. But it's Rosales. It's a fun weekend wrap up every Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, where Rosales, in his amazing way, kind of gives us a recap of the news for the week, if you will. Generally entertainment, but sometimes it's Florida related, especially with his Florida Man games that he amazingly kind of comes up with. Always makes it a blast, and there's usually some sort of special wheel involved. So if any of that sounds good to you and you want to see the majority of the people here, come on over there every Sunday. It's a blast. But
I do try to make it.
Charles?
It just depends what's happening on the rest of the weekend with Randy. But we got Gray and Charles there, and Rosales, the funny man from the Gothic phone.
But Charles, I think you actually have a video coming up or something.
And
you
he
got
had one
content
that
in the
was released
pipeline.
today.
You got stuff in the fire.
What I have is literal physical content for supporters of the channel. I don't know why it's all blurred out, but a bunch of me's just in time for October. People get.
Imagine if I got some of those.
What, stickers of me?
Yeah.
Do you want? I could send him to you if you want to.
we'll organize. Need to figure out this background. What the fuck am I doing with it?
Yeah, just Charles in the background.
Yeah, I don't know all different expressions on my face.
Those are nipple pasties.
Oh,
in time for Halloween.
They're pretty big. Yeah, they're good enough for all that.
Pretty,
especially if you have a big pancake size. It's yeah. I don't know about content. A bit of a personal thing happened recently, and I haven't processed it properly.
No.
Anyway,
Dorcas,
you have content plenty, sir. Do you not?
I do. Ascension Unleashed on Sundays, making good progress with that. Storming the Archives, The Way of Kings on Tuesdays. And this Saturday night, Kitta and I are doing a blind live reading of Sixth of the Dusk. And
how are you going to read if you're blind?
Exactly. Well, that's going to be the challenge. And at some point, I'm going to talk about the Dragon Bone Chair. So look forward to that. I'm literally 3 chapters from the end. It's going well.
I gotta catch up. Yeah. Look out for the new schedule, guys. It's coming because October is next week.
Oh wow!
So turn on your notifications. So you can
October
get used
surprise.
to whatever my
October surprise.
Hey, it's all for me. So yeah, look out for that. And thank you everybody for such a great think tonight. And have a nice laugh. And if you need help, it is available. Search for it. Look in the links. Anyway, Charles he's trying to lift me up, or what was this? You know what? Let's do this.
Wait, Charles, do that again, but aim more for center
Do not
camera now.
poke it.
Wait. Yeah.
That's the one. Is this what we've become?
This is how we're going to end it.
Get
This
help.
is how we're going to end it. Continue.
Relax,
continue.
Gray's a doctor. He has a doctorate, a very real
Come on,
doctorate.
man.
Certified
keep
by
doing it.
Garlic Phone.